Chapter 26:19. Hurry up and tell me. Is this considered my win? Qin Feiyang said impatiently. Initially, he wanted to take the Heaven and Earth Chaos Pill and try his luck to see if he could break through to the Ninth Heaven Realm. If he was lucky enough to break through to the Ninth Heaven Realm, he would try his luck with the commander. However, he did not expect that the commander would be so arrogant as to suppress his cultivation level to the same level as him. He even said that as long as he could force him to retreat, he would win. Wasn't this giving him a chance? He had never been afraid of anyone in the same realm. The commander could not put down his pride. After all, he was at the perfected Ninth Heaven Realm and was above everyone in hell. However, he was defeated by a human boy. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. Wouldn't he become a joke in the future? However, at the same time, as everyone was watching, he could not go back on his words. If he went back on his words, everyone would mock him. You win. In the end, the commander could only nod his head helplessly. He should not have suppressed his cultivation level. It was too embarrassing. The blood demon below asked, "What about the city lord?" Not guilty. The commander shook his head. Sure. Thank you, commander. Thank you, brother. The blood demon was overjoyed. Thank you, commander. The Cyclops also bowed to express his gratitude. The commander waved his hands and looked at Qin Feiyang. He snorted and said, "Human boy, do you dare to follow me to the ancient city of the King Yu?" Ancient city of the King Yu. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This is Lord Yu's order. You have to go. I came here personally because I was ordered to bring you to the ancient city of the King Yu. Once you go, it may be a dead end. Do you have the guts to do so? The commander said expressionlessly. Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. Why? You don't dare. The commander sneered. The Cyclops looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the commander. He asked, "Commander, what exactly does Lord Yu want to do?" Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The commander raised his eyebrows and chided. Yes. The Cyclops replied respectfully, but there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang looked at the one-eyed giant and smiled. He then turned to the commander and said, "As long as it doesn't involve the mysterious Heaven Ancient City, I don't mind going anywhere." All right. How righteous. Then let's go. The senior commander laughed and didn't say anything else. He immediately turned around and flew out of the city. However, when he turned around, a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood demons below, then at Xue Laoshe, and finally at the Cyclops. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your care over the past year, City Lord. See you again." The Cyclops shook his head and reminded, "Be careful." Yes. Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded at Xue Laoten. He then turned and chased after the Grand Commander. Sigh. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, the Cyclops couldn't help but sigh. Xue Laoten walked to the Cyclops' side and looked at Qin Feiyang's back. He smiled and said, "City Lord, you don't have to do this. He will be fine." The Cyclops was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Xue Laoten shook his head and said, "The Ghost King didn't punish you in the first place." What? He didn't punish me? Then why did the commander? The Cyclops was stunned. It's very clear that Grand Commander wants to test Qin Feiyang's character. Xue Laoten said. I see. The Cyclops was enlightened. Therefore, this time, Qin Feiyang's trip to the Ghost King ancient city might be a good opportunity for him. Xue Laoten smiled. That's good. As for Qin Feiyang's character, according to my observations over the past year, there is definitely no problem. The Cyclops said. Outside the city. After Qin Feiyang caught up with the commander, he turned to look at the mysterious Heaven Ancient City. Although it was only a short year, for some reason, there was a trace of reluctance in his heart. It might be because of the time array. It might also be because of those simple blood demons. The commander turned to look at him and said, "If you don't want to go, you can say it. I won't force you. If you don't force me, you will force the city lord and the others." "Is there a difference?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The commander said in surprise, "You care so much about them?" "And?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Why? If I didn't calculate wrongly, you have only been with them for a year." The commander frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Because I like them and admire them. Compared to humans, they are easier to get along with." "I see." The commander nodded in realization and snorted coldly. "That's true. At least we blood demons won't break our promises like you humans." Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, not all humans are like that. Who knows? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. You're too slow. I'll carry you." With that, the commander swept up Qin Feiyang and tore through the air like lightning. After Qin Feiyang and the commander left, two men and a woman slowly walked out of the forest not far away. "We're finally out." The one who spoke was the woman. She was about 1.8 meters tall and in her 20s. She was as beautiful as a fairy. She wore a snow-white dress and looked like a fairy. Leaving the mysterious heaven ancient city will be his doomsday. A young man beside her spoke. He was dressed in purple and held a folding fan in his hand. His long hair draped over his shoulders and he looked rather elegant. However, there was a trace of gloomy killing intent between his brows. "Not necessarily. Do you know who the blood demon who brought him away is?" "He's the commander of the ancient city, Shweda. His strength is second only to the Ghost King." Another person spoke. This person was a burly man and his expression was extremely gloomy. His aura had reached the peak 9th heaven realm. Second only to the Ghost King. The purple-clad young man and the white-clad woman were both shocked. "However, it doesn't matter if it's just him alone. When the time comes, I'll hold him back. Duyuntian, you'll be responsible for killing Qin Feiyang." The burly man said. "Understood." The purple-clad young man nodded with a smile. "Don't underestimate the enemy. Don't end up like Wu Baichuan." The white-clad woman said. "Don't worry, Your Highness. It's easy to deal with Qin Feiyang who doesn't have a heaven-defying divine artifact and divine art." The purple-clad young man smiled confidently. The burly man glanced at the purple-clad young man and said, "Then let's go." Shweda didn't activate a supreme-grade auxiliary divine art. "When we catch up, we'll ambush them and catch them off guard." After saying that, the burly man waved his hand and swept up the two of them. With a mysterious step, they instantly disappeared. Half a month later. In the sky above a mountain range. Two figures were moving as fast as lightning. They were Qin Feiyang and the Grand Commander. With Shweda, the Grand Commander, there were naturally no ferocious beasts blocking their way. Their journey was smooth and unobstructed. "Why don't you blood demons make something like a teleportation altar? This way, you can save a lot of time." Qin Feiyang asked. "Teleportation altar?" The Grand Commander was slightly taken aback and asked, "Are you talking about the altars you humans use?" "Yes and no. I'm talking about the fixed altars, not the one-time teleportation altars," Qin Feiyang said. "For example, the teleportation altar between the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire. No matter if it's fixed or one-time, the Nether King's hell cannot be used." The Grand Commander shook his head. "That's really inconvenient," Qin Feiyang said. "It doesn't matter if you're used to it. I believe that in your world, those ordinary people without cultivation should be the same as us." The Grand Commander said. "More or less." Qin Feiyang nodded. The world of ordinary people also used this most primitive method. Because ordinary people were unable to activate the image crystal. Tens of millions of miles ahead. two figures stood side by side. It was the burly man and the white-clothed woman. But they didn't see the purple-clothed youth. The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice, "In order to find a chance to kill Qin Feiyang, we have been lurking outside the mysterious sky ancient city for more than half a year. We absolutely cannot fail again. Don't worry, this time he definitely won't be able to escape." The burly man laughed. Whoosh! Suddenly, dozens of figures rushed over from behind. The person in the lead was the purple-clothed youth. Behind him, there were a total of more than 20 people. Half of them were at the Great Perfection Ninth Heaven stage, and the other half were also at the Great Perfection Ninth Heaven stage. The white-clothed woman and the burly man turned their heads and were stunned. "Greetings, Lord Ancestral Dragon." "Greetings, Your Highness." The group of people landed on the mountain peak and respectfully knelt in front of the white-clothed woman and the burly man. "Duyuntian, who are they?" The white-clothed woman was puzzled. "Your Highness, they are all from the Dragon God Palace. When I went to investigate the situation just now, I accidentally encountered them. When they learned of our plan, they shouted that they wanted to help us. I saw that their cultivation levels were not bad, so I took the initiative to bring them back." The purple-clothed youth said respectfully. "I see." The white-clothed woman suddenly understood. She turned her head to look at the burly man, seeking his opinion. The burly man glanced at the group of people and pondered for a while before sending a voice transmission. "Your Highness, these people are indeed quite strong. Why don't we keep them as cannon fodder?" "Okay." The white-clothed woman nodded and looked at the group of people with a smile. "Get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." The group of people stood up and glanced at the white-clothed woman from time to time. Was this the true appearance of the dragon's princess? The burly man looked at Duyuntian and asked, "Is there any situation nearby?" "Other than some ferocious beasts, I didn't see a single blood demon. You can rest assured." Duyuntian smiled. "Very good." The burly man was delighted and shouted, "I can already sense Shueda's aura. Everyone, get ready. We must kill him in one blow." "Yes." The group of people responded respectfully and restrained their aura. They looked at the void in front of them and prepared to attack. A moment later. Whoosh! Two figures flew over from the void in the distance. "It's really Qin Feiyang." The group of people's eyes flashed with killing intent. If they met Qin Feiyang outside, they would definitely not dare to have any thoughts. But it was different now. They were in the Nether King's hell. Qin Feiyang's methods were basically restricted. He was no different from an ordinary person. Killing him was as easy as flipping a hand. For them, this was also a good opportunity to make a name for themselves. As long as they could kill Qin Feiyang, they would definitely be valued by the dragons in the future. Soaring to the heavens in one step was not a dream. Chapter 26-20. Very quickly, Qin Feiyang and Shueda flew over. The group of people hid their auras, and there were many big trees on the mountain peak, so the two did not notice anything unusual. Boom! Just as Qin Feiyang and Shueda flew over the mountain peak, a group of people immediately erupted with a terrifying aura and attacked the two. Without warning, they were caught off guard. Qin Feiyang and Shueda were caught off guard. Perfect Divine Level, Peak Divine Level, Legendary Divine Artifact, Perfect Divine Technique, Peak Divine Technique, Teleportation Divine Artifact. There was also a terrifying divine power. It blasted towards the two of them. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang was covered with bruises, and his life was in danger. At this critical moment, Shueda finally reacted. He stepped forward and unleashed his godly power, protecting Qin Feiyang with all his might. Clang! But at the same time, two more terrifying divine artifacts blasted Shueda's body. They were a folding fan and a crimson machete. The two divine artifacts blasted Shueda's body, and Shueda spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body was badly mutilated, and blood splattered everywhere. Without any hesitation, Shweta immediately took Qin Feiyang and retreated, shouting, "Are you okay? I won't die yet." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, took out more than a dozen divine life pills, and stuffed them all into his mouth. The majestic life energy suddenly exploded in his body. These divine life pills all had 4 veins. Moreover, he had fused with the fire of life, and his bloodline power had an extremely strong healing ability. Therefore, the speed of his recovery was far faster than that of other humans. "It's good that you're okay." Shweta breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Feiyang died on the way, he would not be able to report back. Roar! Immediately, he roared towards the sky, and the power of the evil sun descended and merged into his body. Immediately, the injuries on his body healed rapidly, several times faster than Qin Feiyang. "I really envy these blood demons," Qin Feiyang muttered. "Kill them quickly." At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo raised their heads and saw the 20 or so people rushing towards them. "How dare you sneak attack us? You're courting death." Shweta was enraged and was about to charge forward. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang said, "Retreat for now." "Retreat?" Shweta raised an eyebrow. "Quick!" Qin Feiyang urged. Although Shweta was dissatisfied, he still listened to Qin Feiyang's suggestion. He immediately took Qin Feiyang with him and used a supreme-level support-type divine art to continuously retreat. In the face of a supreme-grade auxiliary divine art, those 20 people couldn't catch up at all. "Damn it! I'll kill you even like this." That explosive roar sounded again. This voice, "Old bastard, it really is you. The dignified ancestral dragon actually hides your head and hides your tail to launch a sneak attack. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the dragons?" Qin Feiyang bellowed. Whoosh! 3 figures flew into the sky. It was the burly man, the white-clothed woman, and the purple-clothed youth. The purple-clothed youth waved his hand, and the folding fan returned to his hand. The crimson scimitar also returned to the burly man. "Fire dragon, ancestral dragon. Du Yuntian." Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 people and said word by word. However, when he saw the white-clothed woman, he was slightly stunned. Who was this woman? "So it's you." Shweta also stared at the burly man angrily. "That's right. Unfortunately, I still underestimated your strength. Even such a sudden sneak attack couldn't kill you." Fire dragon, ancestral dragon said. "You want to kill me with just you?" Shweta laughed disdainfully. The injuries on his body had already healed. His aura was terrifying beyond compare. This is the blood demon race. Not only is he ridiculously strong, but his injuries also heal so quickly. It's really terrifying. The 20 or so people murmured, and a trace of fear crept into their eyes. "What are you afraid of?" "Du Yuntian, you and I will restrain Shweta, the rest of you, go after Qin Feiyang." Fire dragon, ancestral dragon, roared. "Okay." Du Yuntian nodded. The 2 of them immediately grabbed the folding fan and scimitar and charged toward the commander. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Du Yuntian, are you courting death?" "Courting death? Ha, Qin Feiyang, do you still think you are in the ancient realm? This is the Nether King's hell. Your heaven-defying divine artifact and heaven-defying divine art can't be activated. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Du Yuntian laughed. "Okay. Then we'll see." Qin Feiyang smiled sinisterly and shouted in a low voice, "Commander, retreat first." "Retreat? They're just a bunch of ants. Is there a need?" Shweta smiled ferociously. His huge hand was like a mountain as it slammed toward the 20 or so people. That's right. He wanted to kill these small fries first. Otherwise, if Qin Feiyang was held back by the fire dragon ancestor dragon and faced with the pursuit of these people, he would definitely be doomed. But how could Ancestral Dragon, the Fire Dragon, let him succeed? After all, he had fought with Shweta more than once. He was very clear about Shweta's strength. Even he and Duyuntian could only restrain him. Fire Dragon, the Ancestral Dragon, decisively revealed his true body. A fire dragon, thousands of feet long, appeared out of nowhere. Flames surged around his body as he raised his huge dragon tail and slammed it toward Shweda's huge hand. Boom! The two collided with a loud bang. A destructive aura suddenly surged out. At the same time, Fire Dragon, the Ancestral Dragon, and the commander each took a step back. Go and kill Qin Feiyang. Duyuntian shouted. The folding fan in his hand shone brightly and carried the power to destroy the world as it charged toward Shweta. Kill. More than 20 people immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang. Divine artifacts and divine arts made Qin Feiyang despair. Don't even think about it. Shweta roared. Divine power roared in all directions. A huge barrier appeared and instantly enveloped everyone. Only Qin Feiyang was outside the barrier. Break the barrier. The woman in white shouted. More than 20 people's divine artifacts and divine arts immediately blasted toward the barrier. As long as I'm here, no one can leave. Shweda's aura was like a rainbow. It was as if he could hold the pass against 10,000 people. He stomped his foot. Crack. Clang. Those divine artifacts were all shattered and the divine arts were annihilated. What? More than 20 people were dumbfounded. One had to know. Among those divine artifacts, some were legendary divine artifacts. Even legendary divine artifacts could be crushed with one stomp. How terrifying was his physical body and strength. At the same time. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang decisively took out the Yin-Yang Chaos Pill and threw it into his mouth. Boom! His aura suddenly soared. What is he doing? The woman in white looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Boom! The fire dragon Ancestral Dragon also noticed this scene and a deep sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. He immediately controlled the machete and attacked the barrier. Humph! Shweta snorted and also took out a blood-red battle axe and hacked at the machete. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The machete was sent flying. Die! But at the same time, Duyuntian arrived. The folding fan flew out of his hand and pierced into Shweda's back. Blood and flesh immediately flew everywhere. He originally wanted to pierce through Shweda's body, but Shweda's body was so strong that it defied the natural order. The folding fan only went half a meter into Shweda's back before it was blocked and could not go any further. A half-meter wound was just a flesh wound for Shweta, who was 90 meters tall. You human, you really don't know what's good for you. However, Shweta was completely enraged. The power in his body surged crazily and he slapped at Duyuntian. Duyuntian quickly raised his hand and blocked Shweda's giant hand. He also controlled the folding fan and swept it out of Shweda's body to block above his head. However, he underestimated Shweda's power. Crack! Both of his arms broke one after another. Duyuntian was soon unable to hold on. His whole body smashed into the barrier below like a meteorite and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, even the folding fan had cracked open. But even though Duyuntian crashed into the barrier, it did not break. Boom! At this moment, outside the barrier, Qin Feiyang's cultivation suddenly soared to the peak of the 9th heaven realm. But it did not stop. It was still soaring. I must succeed. Qin Feiyang growled. This time, he must break through 2 small realms. What kind of elixir did he take? He can break through again. Inside the barrier, the woman in white and the others were very surprised. Don't worry about him. Kill Shweta first. Your Highness, heal everyone's injuries. Ancestral Dragon of the Fire Dragon shouted. Kill. For a moment, the sound of killing shook the sky. The woman in white waved her hand, and a milky white divine light appeared and merged into Dyuntian and the others. The injuries of these people immediately began to heal. Even the shattered divine artifacts were rapidly repairing themselves. Your Highness. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly looked at the woman in white. Who else could the Your Highness mentioned by ancestral Gragon of the Fire Dragon be other than Princess of the Dragons? Qin Feiyang looked at Dyuntian and the others and the artifacts. His eyes suddenly darkened. He looked at the woman in white again and said, "So this is your true face?" "Yes." Princess of the Dragons nodded. All this time, she had been showing her true face to others. Therefore, not many people knew her true appearance. Facing the indiscriminate bombardment of the Fire Dragon, Ancestral Gragon, Dyuntian, and the others, Shweta could not withstand it for a while. His injuries were getting worse and worse. He also glanced at Princess of the Dragons. The Blood Demon clan's greatest advantage was that they could summon the power of the evil sun to heal. If he was given time, he was confident that he could kill everyone with this advantage. But he did not expect Princess of the Dragons to have such a terrifying healing ability. One must know. Back then, even a heaven-defying artifact like the Sunset Divine Bow was quickly repaired by Long Zun. Although Princess of the Dragon's cultivation was not as high as Long Zun's, her healing ability was not much worse than the power of the evil sun. In other words, with Princess of the Dragons, Shweda's advantage was not that great now. If this continued, the dragons might win in the end. After all, not only did the dragons have the Fire Dragon, Ancestral Gragon, but also Dyuntian. As the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace, Dyuntian was definitely not weak. And the cultivation of the 20 or so people was not bad either. The lowest was at the 9th heaven realm. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, they were not to be underestimated. Therefore, in comparison, Shweda's situation was more worrying. Boom! Suddenly, a loud muffled sound came from Qin Feiyang's body. He was wild with joy. Heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. He had finally succeeded in breaking the shackles of the Perfection Paragon. It can't be. Princess of the Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Breaking the shackles of 2 small realms in a row. What kind of pill was this? It actually had such a heaven-defying ability. Chapter 26-21. However, Qin Feiyang, who was rejoicing, suddenly thought of something and his face became extremely ugly. Although the yin-yang chaos pill had helped him break through the shackles of the Great Perfection, it would still take some time for him to truly break through to the half-step 9 heavens realm. After all, this was not the past. For example, when he was still in the War King or the War Emperor, after breaking through the shackles, as long as he had enough battle chi pills or essence chi, he could instantly break through. But now, his cultivation was at the Paragon God realm. The Paragon God realm had already surpassed the War King and the War Emperor by too much. Even if he had enough soul stones, it would still take some time. But now, the crisis was right in front of him. If he delayed even a little bit, he might lose his life. The most important thing was, right now, he had to open the door of potential. Because if he missed it, he would have to wait until the Great Perfection 9 heavens realm. In other words, taking the yin-yang chaos pill now would not have any practical effect. Previously, he had been happy for nothing. What should we do? Looking at Shweta who was getting more and more injured, Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. Why didn't this Luby listen? If he had listened to him and retreated first, he would not have fallen into such a situation. This commander has underestimated them. Right now, I can't even protect myself. You go first. Shweta shouted. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he had a plan, looked at the Princess of the Dragons, and laughed. Your Highness, there is something I think you will definitely be interested in. What is it? The Princess of the Dragons frowned. It's about Du Yuntian's true identity. Qin Feiyang said. Du Yuntian's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he shouted, Qin Feiyang, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to sow discord? Qin Feiyang joked, do you think I'm trying to sow discord? Isn't that so? If you can't beat me, you'll use this method. I really admire you. Du Yuntian sneered. But in his heart, he was extremely flustered. If Qin Feiyang really revealed his true identity, the dragons would definitely not let him go. Even if the dragons didn't believe him for the time being, they would investigate him after leaving hell. Because of Du Yuntian's panic, Xuede took advantage of the opening and sent Du Yuntian flying with a punch. Next, Xuede sent another palm strike at Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon, and Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon was sent flying. Following closely, Xue Tao grabbed the blood-red battle axe and sent the 20 or so people flying. He instantly appeared outside the barrier and looked at Qin Feiyang. Why didn't you leave? Qin Feiyang said, I don't have the habit of abandoning my companions. Companions? Xuede muttered and asked, I don't think I'm your companion yet, am I? Since we're already together, we naturally have to advance and retreat together. Furthermore, these dragons are our common enemy. Of course I can't just watch as you die. Of course, this is also related to the blood devils in the mysterious heavenly ancient city. After all, you are their clansmen. I'll try my best to help. Now that we have a chance, let's retreat. Qin Feiyang said. Xuede stared at Qin Feiyang without blinking. Suddenly, he laughed and said, You're indeed an extraordinary human. Qin Feiyang looked at him in shock. He could still laugh at this moment. I won't hide it from you. From the beginning, I've been testing you. Even if I let you leave first, it was also to test you. Actually, Lord King, you didn't punish the city lord of the mysterious heavenly ancient city. And I'm here under Lord King Yu's orders to invite you to the ancient city as a guest. Xuede, testing. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Most of you humans are sinister and cunning, two-faced people. Therefore, I have to see through your character before I can bring you to the ancient city without worry. Xuede, I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, Then what kind of person do you think I am now? A human worthy of being friends with our blood demon tribe, Xuede said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. After all this time, he was just testing him. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Xuede and frowned, At this moment, you still have the mood to test me. Does this mean that you're not afraid of them at all? Of course. If it was in the past, I would still be afraid when facing Ancestral Dragon. But now, Xuede looked up at Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon and sneered, I'm not in your eyes at all. Boom. At the same time, Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon also broke the enchantment. Hearing Xueda's words, he sneered, We haven't seen each other for many years. Your strength didn't improve much, but your tone has improved a lot. Compared to the last time, my strength indeed didn't improve much. But in some aspects, I've surpassed you. Xuede grinned. Could it be that you can break through to the complete undead stage? Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon sneered. Of course not. After all, there are rules and restrictions in hell. But these rules don't include the power of the law. As Xuede finished speaking, a terrifying murderous aura roared out. This is, Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon's eyes widened. Qin Feiyang also looked at Xuede in surprise. This murderous aura was even more terrifying than when he activated the kill character art. That's right. The law of slaughter. Xuede stared at Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon and laughed. The law of slaughter. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon's eyes trembled. This guy actually comprehended the law of slaughter. Qin Feiyang was also quite shocked. Those who could comprehend the power of the law, which one of them wasn't a genius? It could be said that among the trillions of creatures, there was probably not one who could comprehend the power of the law. Wait. But after the shock, he suddenly realized the main point of this problem. Hell had no restrictions on the power of the law. Why didn't Yi Zhong die? If he had known earlier, would he still be in such a sorry state? The power of the law was an existence that surpassed all other powers. Because the power of the law was the mystery of the universe. The reason why the heaven-defying artifacts were so powerful was because they were endowed with the power of the law. In short, the power of the law was the same as the heaven-defying artifacts and techniques. It could ignore the existence of realms. Let's go. Just as Qin Feiyang's clone was about to split up, Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon swept up Princess Long and the others, turned around, and used the supreme technique to escape without looking back. If there were other ancestral dragons present, he would dare to continue fighting. But now, he was the only one. What was even more terrifying was that Qin Feiyang now knew that hell had no restrictions on the power of the law. One must know. Qin Feiyang also mastered the law of light. With Qin Feiyang assisting by the side, coupled with Xue Da's law of slaughter, the people around him were not enough to fill the gaps between Xue Da's teeth. This time, they really went for wool and came home shorn. Chase. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry. I definitely won't let them escape so easily. Xue Da smiled coldly, his divine power swept up Qin Feiyang, used the supreme technique, and chased after them. Qin Feiyang stared at the back of the group of people. At this speed, Ancestral Dragon's group would definitely not be able to escape. First of all, Ancestral Dragon's group had to divert their attention to refining the evil power. Because if this evil power was not refined in time, it would be eroded sooner or later. But Xue Da was different. As a blood demon, the evil power was a tonic for him. Next was at night. Once night fell, Xue Da could transform. According to his observation, the transformed blood demon would not only increase his strength, but also his speed. At that time, even if Ancestral Dragon had the supreme technique, it would be difficult to escape Xue Da's pursuit. In short, as long as Xue Da did not lose track of them during the day, then at night, it would be the end of Ancestral Dragon's group. Qin Feiyang said, Commander, please release your pressure. Release pressure? Xue Da was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Xue Da looked at him suspiciously and released a trace of pressure. Qin Feiyang took out a supreme nirvana pill and threw it into his mouth. He shook his head and said, the pressure is not enough. What is this kid doing? Xue Da became more and more confused, and increased his pressure. Qin Feiyang began to open the gate of potential, but Xue Da's speed did not slow down at all, and he followed closely behind Ancestral Dragon's group. Roar! A dozen breaths later, Qin Feiyang roared, and the gate of potential was finally opened. Although his body was covered in blood, he was quite excited. Okay. Qin Feiyang looked at Xue Da and smiled. Xue Da retracted his pressure and asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Opening the gate of potential. Qin Feiyang said. What? The gate of potential can be opened with pills? Xue Da was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Xue Da was quite shocked and said, originally, I was a bit disdainful of these pills as they don't need the power of the evil sun and evil moon, but I didn't expect them to have such a magical side. Not everyone has this kind of pill that can unlock the door of potential. For example, the dragons don't have them. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The dragons are greedy bastards, the heavens should take back everything they have. Xue Da coldly snorted. Isn't that so? But there's no other way. The heavens are unfair. Not only did they not take it back, but they are also taking care of them. You blood demons haven't been to the outside world either. Otherwise, you would know how terrifying the dragon race is. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No matter how terrifying they are, aren't they just little bugs in the Nether King Hell? Xue Da said in disdain. Little bugs? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He liked this analogy, and then took out a soul stone and began to break through to the half-step 9 heavens realm. Anyway, he didn't need to chase after Ancestral Dragon's group. Time passed quickly, and evening arrived. Not good. The blood demons are even more terrifying at night than during the day. Even without the law of slaughter, Shweta can kill us all. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon said in a deep voice. Back then, Yizhong and the others had chosen to take action during the day because they were afraid of the blood demons at night. Duyuntian looked at the sky and said anxiously, "Then what should we do?" Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon glanced at the 20 or so people, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, "Right now, we only have one method." "Please speak." Duyuntian said inwardly. "Let these people be our shields." Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon said. "What do you mean?" Duyuntian was surprised. "Isn't it obvious? Abandon these people and wait for them to self-destruct in despair. This way, we can block Shweta and Qin Feiyang, and take the chance to escape." Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon said inwardly. Du Yuntian's heart trembled when he heard this. This ancestral dragon was really vicious. Chapter 26-22. At the same time, the 20 or so people were also burning with anxiety. However, they didn't realize that they were about to become cannon fodder. They even pinned their hopes on Ancestral Gregon. They thought that Ancestral Gregon would help them escape. However, the reality was cruel. Seeing that the evil moon was about to rise, Fire Dragon Ancestral Gregon decisively left those people behind, took Duyuntian and Princess Dragons away without looking back. What? Those people were stunned in the void. In fact, they weren't stupid. They followed Ancestral Gregon because they thought that since they had helped him kill Qin Feiyang, he wouldn't leave them alone. However, they didn't expect that Ancestral Gregon would be so heartless as to use them as shields. He was really blind. Why did he help the dragons deal with Qin Feiyang? "You ungrateful bastards, I curse you to die a horrible death." After coming to their senses, some people roared at the backs of Ancestral Gregon and the other two. "You'd better think about how to survive in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Of course. You can also self-detonate and die with Qin Feiyang. To be able to perish together with Qin Feiyang, it could be said to be an enormous honor for you all. When we return to the Divine Land, we'll sing your praises." Duyuntian sneered without looking back. Although it was a little vicious, as long as he could escape, it didn't matter how much he sacrificed. "Duyuntian, don't be happy too early. Sooner or later, you'll become cannon fodder like us." Someone roared with resentment. "Cannon fodder? I'm not as stupid as you." Duyuntian glanced at Ancestral Gregon and Princess Dragons and sneered secretly. Boom! A terrifying aura rolled over. The bodies of the 20 or so incomparably furious people suddenly shook as they slowly turned around to look at Shweta and Qin Feiyang. What should they do? Who in the Divine Land didn't know that Qin Feiyang was a vengeful person? Those who offended him would never end well. Did they really have to self-detonate? They didn't want to. They were desperate to the extreme. However, Qin Feiyang just glanced at them and said, "Commander, don't worry about them." The group of people was stunned. Don't worry about them? What did he mean? Was it an illusion? How could Qin Feiyang be so magnanimous? But soon, they knew that it wasn't an illusion. Shweta and Qin Feiyang passed by them. This is the price of being in cahoots with the Dragon Clan. Take care of yourself. As they brushed past each other, Qin Feiyang left behind a few words. Sorry. We chose to help the Dragon Clan because we were foolish. Thank you for not killing us. The group of people hurriedly knelt in the void and cried out in gratitude. However, Qin Feiyang ignored them. Shweta was a little confused and frowned. Why did you let them go? Ancestral Dragon, SSSSS, such a little trick, how could I let him do as he wished? Qin Feiyang sneered. The dragon race is truly vicious and merciless. Shueda's face was full of disgust. Although these people helped the dragons to attack us, the significance of killing them is actually not that great. The dragons are the ones who deserve to be killed. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The ones who deserve to die are these mystical dragons. Shueda nodded. The night sky. The evil moon had risen more than half. Why is there no movement? Ancestral Dragon and the other two didn't sense the self-detonation for a long time and couldn't help but turn their heads to look. With one look, they were scared out of their wits. What was going on with Qin Feiyang today? Why didn't he attack those people? It was precisely because he understood Qin Feiyang's character that the Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon came up with this vicious plan. However, he never expected Qin Feiyang to not play by the rules this time. You think I don't know what you want to do? Abandon them and force them to self-detonate to buy time for you to escape. Such a clumsy trick, do you think I will let you succeed? Qin Feiyang sneered. Damn it! Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon cursed. Old bastard. We have fought several times already. No matter what, you should have some understanding of me. But I didn't expect you to do such a stupid thing. Compared to you, Ancestral Dragon, those people are just a bunch of small fishes. For them, I will give up this opportunity to kill you. Qin Feiyang sneered. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon's face sank. In order to set up a trap to kill me, you guys didn't hesitate to open up hell to the public. Since you think so highly of me, I will definitely not let you guys down. Next, let's have a good fight in hell. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Qin Feiyang said and looked up at the night sky. The evil moon had completely risen. Hee, no matter how you dragons want to play, my blood demon tribe will accompany you to the end. Shueda laughed sinisterly and suddenly roared towards the sky. A violent aura suddenly surged out from his body. Boom! A large part of the mountains and rivers below collapsed in an instant. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon's expression changed. He decisively pushed Princess Dragons and Duyuntian away and shouted, "Go to the gathering place and meet up with Yi Zhong and the rest." What about you? Princess Dragons asked. I must stay and delay them, otherwise we will all die. Duyuntian, take good care of Her Royal Highness. If Her Royal Highness loses even a strand of hair, I dragons will not let you off. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon shouted. Yes. Duyuntian replied respectfully. Then, he brought the Dragon Princess with him and flew away into the sky without looking back. No one can leave. At this moment, Shueda had successfully transformed. His body size had increased by 10 times. He was originally 90 meters tall, but now he was 900 meters tall. He was like a huge mountain with monstrous ferocity. As he waved his hand, divine power roared in all directions, and a huge barrier suddenly fell. Don't even think about it. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared. The divine dragon body that was tens of thousands of feet long slammed into the barrier, and the barrier shattered on the spot. You're courting death. Shueda threw a punch, divine power surging. Ancestral Dragon's huge body immediately flew out and crashed into the mountains and rivers in the distance. The mountains and rivers shattered, and the earth cracked. With just one punch, Ancestral Dragon was seriously injured. It was a complete suppression. So powerful. Duyuntian and Princess Dragons couldn't help but tremble when they saw this scene. They had seen the transformed blood demon tribe before. But it was the first time they saw such a powerful blood demon tribe. How terrifying was his strength and physical body to injure Ancestral Dragon with one punch. If I still let you escape after transforming, then I, Shueda, am not worthy of being the blood demon tribe's great commander. Shueda roared. Divine power roared, and a barrier appeared again, instantly trapping Duyuntian and Princess Dragons. Shatter! Duyuntian released his aura and threw a punch at the barrier. However, Although he was at the perfection ninth heaven realm, he couldn't shatter the barrier with one blow. The dragon princess was dumbfounded. Shweta was so powerful after transforming. No wonder even the ancestral dragons were afraid when they talked about the transformed blood demon tribe. Shweta was now an invincible existence in the Nether King's hell. Roar! Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, ancestral dragon fire dragon rushed into the sky, and its huge tail slammed into the barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered again. This meant that ancestral dragon's strength was actually not weak after transforming back to his true form. Don't look back, run! Ancestral dragon fire dragon roared. Its body that was tens of thousands of feet long rushed toward Shweta with surging dragon power. Yuntian once again took the dragon princess and fled madly. You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. Shweta stared at ancestral dragon fire dragon, and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Two huge hands reached out and grabbed ancestral dragon fire dragon's dragon claws. With a sudden force, the two dragon claws were torn off. Dragon blood instantly scattered in the sky. Roar! Ancestral dragon fire dragon roared in pain. This power, Qin Feiyang, who was standing on Shweda's shoulder, couldn't help but stare blankly at this scene. Get lost. After killing them, I'll take my time to deal with you. Shweta snorted and slapped. Ancestral dragon fire dragon was sent flying again. It wailed in pain and had no strength to fight back. The decision back then was not wrong. Being friends with the blood demon tribe was the wisest choice. Qin Feiyang muttered. Shweta was too powerful now. Even if he was at the perfection ninth heaven realm, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Shweta. Boom. Shweta ignored ancestral dragon fire dragon and took a step forward. The void shattered, and his speed was faster than during the day. In just a few blinks, he was close to Yuntian and Shweta. Don't even think about hurting the princess. Ancestral dragon fire dragon roared, and his suppressed cultivation suddenly erupted. Half-step immortal. Initial immortal. Initial immortal. Great immortal. In almost an instant, he had recovered his peak cultivation. Immediately after, ancestral dragon fire dragon flashed and appeared behind Yuntian and princess dragons. An invisible force emerged and instantly sent the two hundreds of millions of miles away. At the same time, the power of the divine dragon rushed toward Shweta and Qin Feiyang like a torrent. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Shweta's expression also changed, and he hurriedly retreated with Qin Feiyang. However, at the same time, firmament. An invisible force descended. It was like the might of the heavens, vast and mighty. It was the rule power. The power of laws arrived with a loud bang. The fire dragon ancestor dragon let out a blood-curdling scream before his body and soul were destroyed. The power of the divine dragon that rushed toward Shweta and Qin Feiyang was also erased by the rule power. That was close. Qin Feiyang patted his chest. If it weren't for Shweda's quick reaction, he would have been dragged down by ancestral dragon fire dragon. Sigh. What a pity. We didn't get rid of that woman. Shweda's face was also full of regret. No matter how powerful the rule power was, it still needed a process to descend. Although this process only took a moment, it was enough to change everything with ancestral dragon's great immortal stage cultivation. Qin Feiyang looked at the direction Yuntian and princess dragons escaped and frowned. Commander, should we still chase? How can we catch up? The commander shook his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel regretful when he heard this. Such a good opportunity, but they didn't get rid of princess dragons and Yuntian. In fact, Yuntian was a little better. The threat wasn't that great. But princess dragons, if this woman wasn't eliminated, she would be a big problem. However, being able to eliminate ancestral dragon fire dragon was a good harvest. Chapter 26-23. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at Shweta and asked, "Have you seen the princess of the dragons before?" "No." Shweta shook his head. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, then why does it seem like you really want to kill her? Because of her healing ability. Although her healing ability isn't as good as Long Zun's, it's still quite a threat to the blood demon race. Shweta said in a deep voice. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The healing ability of Long Zun and her daughter was indeed terrifying. Wait. Qin Feiyang was suddenly stunned and frowned. Long Zun has also been to the Nether King's Hell. She came the first time the Nether King's Hell opened. But it was only that one time. Shweta, the first time. Qin Feiyang frowned. When the Nether King's Hell opened for the first time, many divine dragons came in. Long Zun, the ancestral dragons, and the patriarchs and elders of the dragons. The total number was no less than 100,000. But in the end, less than 10,000 divine dragons survived from the hands of the blood demon race. Perhaps it was because of this lesson that when the Nether King's Hell opened, only Yizhong, the Beast Emperor, and the 10 ancestral dragons came in each time. Shweta, I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he thought of the skeleton in the palace in the mysterious sky ancient city and looked at Shweta. I saw the skeleton of an ancestral dragon in the mysterious sky ancient city. What's going on? That's the skeleton of the blood dragon ancestral dragon. Shweta, blood dragon ancestral dragon. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The last time the Nether King's Hell opened, he entered the mysterious sky ancient city and slaughtered crazily. When we received the news, Lord Ghost King personally rushed over and killed him. After that, in order to pay tribute to our clansman, we stripped off his dragon scales, pulled out his dragon tendons, and embedded his skeleton in the palace walls. This is also to intimidate the dragons. Shweta, I see. Qin Feiyang muttered. Although we've fought with the dragons more than once, this is the only complete divine body we've managed to preserve. As you can see, every time the ancestral dragon was defeated, he would either self-detonate or release the suppression on his cultivation. To be honest, these bastards are quite difficult to deal with. Big Shwe shook his head and sighed. Of course. If they were easy to deal with, I would have uprooted them long ago. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Shweta asked curiously, just what kind of grudge do you have with the dragons? Deep hatred? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, now that I think about it, there really isn't any deep hatred between me and the dragons. If there is no deep hatred, then why do you want to get rid of them so badly? Shweta was suspicious. Qin Feiyang answered, because they wanted to rob me and my ancestor of our bloodline power, so we had no choice but to retaliate. Bloodline power? Shweta looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. A bloodline power that even the dragons wanted, what kind of bloodline power could it be? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, I wonder if you've heard of the purple gold divine dragon? Purple gold divine dragon? Shweta nodded and said, I've heard of it. It's said to be the noblest bloodline power of the divine dragon race. Qin Feiyang said, my ancestor and I have the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon. What? Are you kidding me? You're a human. How can you have the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon? Shweta looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. I don't know. I think only my ancestor can answer this question. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What a freak. No wonder the dragons want to get rid of you so badly. Shweta found it unbelievable. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The bloodline power was passed down by his ancestor. Was this his fault? Brother Qin. At this time, more than 20 people flew over. Huh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Didn't he let them go? Why did they come back? Brother Qin, you're really powerful. Even the ancestral dragon is not your opponent. Brother Qin, why don't you take us in? We'll listen to you in the future. A group of people ran over, their faces full of flattery and fawning. Hey, hey, hey. Are you guys blind? What does this have to do with Qin Feiyang? Did he make a move? It's obviously me who's powerful. Shweta raised his eyebrows. Yes, yes, yes. The group of people nodded repeatedly. Grand Commander, I'll have to trouble you to kill them. Qin Feiyang said lightly. What? The group of people's faces suddenly changed. I let you guys go just now because I want to deal with the ancestral dragon. But you guys are very insensible. You actually took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Do you think I, Qin Feiyang, am such a generous person? Qin Feiyang sneered. Don't, run. The group of people shouted anxiously and turned to run. What a bunch of idiots. Shweta grinned. With a slap, more than 20 people's blood splattered across the sky. No one was spared. Qin Feiyang didn't have any sympathy for them. These people ran back not because they wanted to follow him, but purely because they saw him fighting with the blood demon race. They wanted to make use of this relationship to survive in the Hell King's hell. Commander. Why did the King of Hell invite me to the ancient city? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Shweta and asked suspiciously. Allow me to keep you in suspense. When we reach the ancient city, you'll know. Shweta smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. The two of them didn't delay any further. After Shweta returned to his original form, he continued to bring Qin Feiyang with him. To the dragons, this was a disaster. This was because the sacrifice of an ancestral dragon was a huge loss. However, to Qin Feiyang and Shweta, this was just a small interlude. In the distance, on a mountain peak, Duyuntian and the dragon's princess stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at the direction where the fire dragon ancestral dragon fell. Their faces were filled with sadness. Of course. Duyuntian was just pretending. The death of the fire dragon ancestral dragon didn't affect him at all. Duyuntian retracted his gaze and glanced at the dragon's princess, asking, Your Highness, what should we do now? Go to the gathering place. The dragon's princess said. Gathering place, Duyuntian's eyes flickered and he frowned. Is Qin Feiyang going to let him go just like that? Let him go. How is that possible? I will definitely let him die in the Hell King's hell. The dragon's princess clenched her fists. Duyuntian said, When necessary, I will lend you a hand. You? There was a trace of disdain in the eyes of the dragon's princess. Qin Feiyang mentioned your identity previously. Is there a problem with your identity? How can there be a problem with my identity? He is just trying to drive a wedge between us. If there is a problem, he would have said it long ago. Why is he still pretending to be mysterious? Duyuntian said. The dragon's princess looked at him deeply and didn't say anything else. She turned around and left. Duyuntian looked at the back view of the dragon's princess, and a strange smile crept up from the depths of his eyes. This woman has both looks and status. If he could get her, he would be Long Zun's son-in-law. He could get whatever he wanted. How could he be the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace then? Time flew by. Early in the morning, two figures cut across the sky like lightning and entered the sky above the plains outside the ancient city. Greetings, Commander. The blood boat guarding the ancient city hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Shweta asked, Has there been any changes in the ancient city in the past year? No. Shweta shook his head and then sized up Qin Feiyang curiously. He is the guest invited by King Yu, Qin Feiyang. Brother Qin, this is the guardian of the ancient city, Shweta introduced. Greetings, Senior. Qin Feiyang cupped his fists. Senior? Shweta was stunned. This was the first time someone called him that. He wasn't used to it. However, it was also because of this that he had a good first impression of Qin Feiyang. All right then. Keep an eye on him. I will bring him to see King Yu. Shweta, yes. Shweta replied. The two entered the ancient city. When the blood demons in the ancient city sensed Qin Feiyang's aura, all of them ran out with curiosity. Brother Qin, please don't be offended. After all, you humans are very unfamiliar to us. It is natural for everyone to be curious. Shweta. After getting along with Qin Feiyang for half a year, Shweta liked him very much. 3 months ago, they had already addressed each other as brothers. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hands. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Why couldn't he sense the evil force in the ancient city? Very soon, under Shweta's lead, Qin Feiyang landed in front of the palace in the middle of the ancient city. King Yu, are you here? Shweta asked. Come in. A loud and clear voice came from the main hall, and the door was opened. Shweta led Qin Feiyang into the main hall. What a powerful aura. When Qin Feiyang saw King Yu sitting at the top, he was shocked. The aura emitted by King Yu was several times stronger than Shweta. Shweta retreated to the side and smiled. King Yu, he is Qin Feiyang. King Yu sized up Qin Feiyang. Greetings, Senior King Yu. Qin Feiyang bowed. Then, he stood in the middle of the hall in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, allowing King Yu to examine him. Not bad. King Yu muttered and asked curiously, aren't you afraid of me at all? Since you invited me to the ancient city as a guest, I'm sure you don't have any bad intentions. If you don't have any bad intentions, why should I be afraid? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Ha, King Yu laughed and praised. You do have some guts. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Shweta looked up and asked suspiciously, King Yu, why can't I sense the aura of the two above? Hearing this, King Yu smiled bitterly. 2 months after you left, the evil power here was no longer able to satisfy them. So, they decided to go outside the city at night to collect the evil force because the evil force is stronger at night. And in the day, they would come back to refine and absorb it. Now, the Yu King glanced outside, smiled, and said, they should be coming back soon. I knew it. The evil force here isn't enough for them to absorb. The senior commander pouted. Their appetite is indeed a little big. King Yu shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. What were they talking about? Chapter 26-24. I'm back. I haven't seen you all night. Did you miss me? Suddenly, a wolf howl sounded outside. This voice, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly trembled. Outside, the white-eyed wolf swaggered over the ancient city like a human. Madman's face was dark as he kept a distance from the white-eyed wolf. It was as if he was telling the blood demons below that he didn't know this idiot. The blood demons in the ancient city below also rolled their eyes. Who would miss a bastard like you? Don't be so cold. Hey, didn't I accidentally go in for a stroll when you were taking a bath? I'm actually a victim too. I didn't find the treasure, but I got the reputation of a scoundrel. The white-eyed wolf looked at a 5 to 6 meter tall female giant and said, Bastard. The female giant cursed angrily and immediately hid in the room in shame. And you husband and wife, I really didn't know you were doing something. If I knew, I wouldn't have run in even if I was beaten to death. The white-eyed wolf looked at a couple and said aggrievedly. You still feel aggrieved? Do you believe that I won't fight you to the death? The couple glared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and looked at another blood demon. I say, can you not look at me so bitterly? I just took your legendary divine artifact when you weren't careful. What's the big deal? Then give it back to me. No, you call that taking? You obviously stole it. The blood demon roared. Didn't I say that if you give me a supreme divine artifact, I'll return the legendary divine artifact to you? The white-eyed wolf grinned. Do you think I'm an idiot? If I had a supreme divine artifact, why would I give it to you? Wouldn't I keep it for myself? Can a legendary divine artifact be compared to a supreme divine artifact? The blood demon was so angry that he was about to go berserk. It's just a legendary divine artifact. Look at you. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. The blood demon was furious and roared, "Don't stop me. I'm going to fight this bastard to the death." Forget it. After being together for so long, you still don't know its personality. The more you mess with it, the more excited it gets. Look at the blood bamboo. In the past year, it has already been angered to tears by it several times. Several blood demons around him hurriedly held him back and persuaded him repeatedly. Seeing the smug white-eyed wolf, Madman's face darkened. That's enough. Don't say that I didn't help you when you're surrounded. Inside the palace, Qin Feiyang's face was also dark. There was no other way. The blood demon's voices were too loud. It was hard for him to not want to hear it. Initially, he was quite happy to hear the white-eyed wolf's voice. He finally met up with the white-eyed wolf. However, when he heard the blood demon's angry roar, he was furious. Wherever he went, he would not be able to rest easy. Whoosh! Amidst the angry curses, the white-eyed wolf and Madman entered the palace. Huh! As soon as the man and wolf entered, they looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. This was too unexpected, wasn't it? Not only did King Yu not tell Qin Feiyang about the white-eyed wolf and Madman's situation, he also did not tell Madman and the white-eyed wolf about Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. As such, the man and wolf looked at Qin Feiyang, who suddenly appeared, and wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Bastard! Qin Feiyang took a step forward and kicked. The white-eyed wolf immediately howled and flew out. Ah! King Yu and Shweta stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. This was impressive. He even dared to beat up this little demon. You guys don't know that the only person in this world who can subdue the white-eyed wolf is him. Madman looked at the two of them and shook his head with a smile. He walked to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "It's good that you're not dead." You too. Qin Feiyang smiled. Their relationship had already reached this stage. There was no need to say too much. They both understood. Little Qin Zi, I'll fight it out with you. The white-eyed wolf rushed in angrily. Huh? Qin Feiyang stared at him. Needless to say, the white-eyed wolf was terrified immediately. It's true that everything has its nemesis. King Yu sighed. If you dare to mess around in the ancient city again, I'll teach you a lesson. Qin Feiyang glared fiercely at the white-eyed wolf and looked at King Yu apologetically. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. It's okay, it's okay. King Yu waved his hands. Madman asked suspiciously, why did you come to the ancient city? The commander went to the mysterious heaven ancient city to find me. I didn't expect that you and the white-eyed wolf would be here. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. This was really a huge surprise. Mysterious heaven ancient city? Madman was stunned and turned to look at King Yu and Shweta. It's like this. Back then, the mysterious heaven ancient city Shweta came to the ancient city and told me that Qin Feiyang was in the ancient city. Then, I asked Shweta to go to the ancient city to fetch Qin Feiyang. Of course, we deliberately hid it from you guys in order to give you guys a surprise. King Yu smiled. Madman said, sorry to trouble you. You're welcome. King Yu waved his hands. The white-eyed wolf asked, Little Qin Zi, what are you doing in the ancient city? I encountered some things. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation of Du Yuntian and the others. So that's the case. However, the 200-year time array in the ancient city can't be compared to the one here. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. There's a time array here too. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. It's right above, 500 years in a day. The white-eyed wolf said sneakily. Above? 500 years in a day. Qin Feiyang looked at the top of the hall in shock. This was more than double the number of time formations in the mysterious heaven ancient city. Wait a minute. Since it's 500 years in a day, why didn't your cultivation improve at all? Qin Feiyang sized up the white-eyed wolf and Madman. Nonsense. The soul stones are all on you. How can we cultivate? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. Madman also shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although we've been absorbing the evil power to cultivate during this period, the speed can't compare to refining the soul stones. That's true. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. Madman might have some soul stones on him, but the white-eyed wolf probably didn't even have one. Wait a minute. Suddenly. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked up at Madman and asked in surprise, "What did you just say? Absorb the evil power to cultivate?" You only realized the main point of this sentence now. You're too slow. The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully. Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at it and looked at Madman. You can absorb the evil power? Yes. Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, "You can too?" Of course. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Are you sure it's absorption? Qin Feiyang asked again. Of course. Can't you see that there's no evil power in this ancient city? It's just that I and little Madman have absorbed it all. The white-eyed wolf said proudly. You guys can actually absorb the evil power. This, Qin Feiyang couldn't wrap his head around it. He naturally knew the danger of the evil power. Others were afraid of it, but these two guys could actually absorb it. Jealous, right? The white-eyed wolf said proudly. Jealous. Qin Feiyang nodded instinctively, but he quickly said, Wait a minute, this isn't right. Why can you guys absorb it but I can't? Is there a need to ask? It's because of your character. The white-eyed wolf said in disdain. Get lost. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Everything was related to one's character. Actually, I'm different from the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf can only absorb the evil power. As for me, not only can I absorb it, but even my divine power has turned into the evil power. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The madman waved his hand and a wisp of divine power appeared. Qin Feiyang sized up the divine power and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was actually the evil power. Divine power turned into the evil power. You can't be the reincarnation of the blood demon race, right? Qin Feiyang sized up the madman with a strange look. Reincarnation? The madman was stunned and speechless. Your imagination is too rich. Qin Feiyang said, Take off your shoes and let me see your soles. Why? The madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, What else can I do? I just want to see if there's an imprint. Imprint? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were suspicious. What the hell? But when the Ghost King and Shweta heard this, a trace of surprise appeared on their faces and they asked, How do you know about the imprint? The city lord of the mysterious heaven ancient city told me. Qin Feiyang said. I see. The two nodded in realization. He even told this human about such an important matter. It seemed that the city lord of the mysterious heaven ancient city trusted this human a lot. The madman took off his shoes. But there was no imprint of the blood demon race on his soles. It's really strange. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Don't say anything strange. Hurry up and give us the soul stone. The white-eyed wolf urged. After the madman put on his shoes, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Just in time. Give me the yin-yang chaos pill and I'll break through to the half-step 9 heavens realm. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. The Ghost King said, Then you guys go up. Thank you. The madman smiled. The Ghost King smiled and sent the two of them and the wolf to the upper level. This is great. With the soul stone, they don't have to fight with us for the evil power anymore. Shweta heaved a sigh of relief. The Ghost King was speechless. Why do I feel that they are like the gods of plague in your eyes? They are the gods of plague to begin with. Shweta pouted. The Ghost King smiled and asked, after interacting with each other along the way, What do you think of Qin Feiyang? To be honest, I even specially tested him. There's nothing to say about his character. He's definitely trustworthy. Shweta said. That's good. The Ghost King nodded. And on the way there, Shweta also told me a lot of things. This Qin Feiyang seems to be in control of an independent small world. And the living beings in this world are the same as us. Not only are their cultivation levels restricted, but they also have a kind of imprint on their bodies. Shweta said. What? The Ghost King suddenly stood up, his face full of shock. This Qin Feiyang is indeed a powerful human. And on the way, we were even ambushed by the fire dragon, the ancestral dragon, and the dragon sovereign's daughter. Their goal was to get rid of him. So it's not hard to imagine how great of a threat Qin Feiyang is to the dragons outside. Shweta said. It seems that this human might be the hope of our blood demon tribe. The Ghost King muttered. Chapter 26-25. Hope, Shweta muttered. There seemed to be a trace of sadness between his brows. Was there really hope? King Yu glanced at Shweta and waved his hand. An image appeared in the air. The image showed the upper level. Frenzy had already consumed the yin-yang chaos pill and was sitting cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on breaking through to the next realm. Qin Feiyang stood in the middle of the stone room, looking around with disbelief in his eyes. The time array in the mysterious ancient city had already surprised him. But he didn't expect, the time array in the ancient city was even more heaven-defying. 500 years in a day, this was unprecedented. The white-eyed wolf said, Little Qin Zi, tell me the details of your situation over the years. Details? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and said with a smile, Not long after I came to the Nether King's Hell, I met Wu Baichuan. Then, I told you what happened in the mysterious ancient city. In that case, you didn't experience much after entering the Nether King's Hell? The white-eyed wolf said with disinterest. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, There's one more thing. What is it? The white-eyed wolf was interested again. Shweta and I were ambushed by the fire dragon, ancestral dragon, princess dragons, and Dyuntian on the way to the ancient city. Qin Feiyang said. What? The white-eyed wolf was shocked. However, with Shweta around, not only did they fail, but they also paid a heavy price. The fire dragon, ancestral dragon, was killed by the rule force. In other words, we have one less powerful enemy in the Nether King's Hell. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf said with a sneaky smile, Not one, but two. Two? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The earth dragon, ancestral dragon, was also killed by the rule force. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang was bewildered. The white-eyed wolf said, Something big also happened in the ancient city of King Yu. What is it? Qin Feiyang was curious. White-eyed wolf told Qin Feiyang in detail about how Yi Zhong and the others had snatched the heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang was stunned when he heard this. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He shook his head and said with a smile, The dragons have really suffered a double loss. That's right. However, this is all thanks to little madman. The white-eyed wolf said. What about that heaven-defying divine artifact? Qin Feiyang asked. It's on King Yu. The white-eyed wolf pouted. Ever since it entered this place, the Ghost King had been guarding against it as if it were a thief. It could not find any opportunity to attack it at all. The blood demon race has already treated us very well. We need to know how to be grateful. Don't think of such crooked ideas. Qin Feiyang glared at it. Brother, aren't you making plans for the future? We will have a war with the dragons sooner or later. One more heaven-defying divine artifact means one more chance of winning. Don't forget. The dragons are not just the dragon sovereign and the various ancestral dragons. There is also a dragon god that has never appeared before. The white-eyed wolf said. Dragon god, Qin Feiyang muttered. If we have an all-out war with the dragons, this dragon god will definitely not sit back and watch. At that time, if we don't have the strength to surpass the dragons, you know better than anyone else what will happen to us. In short, we can't afford to lose, and we can't lose. The white-eyed wolf said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, let's talk about it when the time comes. Let's cultivate to the peak of the 9th heaven realm first. After cultivating to the peak of the 9th heaven realm, when they left hell, they could directly break through to the undead realm. Only by breaking through to the undead realm would they have the ability to compete with the dragons. Bang! During the conversation, Frenzy had also successfully broken through. And like Qin Feiyang, he had successfully broken through 2 small realms. Following which, with the help of the white-eyed wolf, he opened the door of potential. You should have come to the ancient King Yu city earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Frenzy was unhappy. I didn't know you guys were in the ancient King Yu city. Qin Feiyang was helpless. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't have stayed in the mysterious sky ancient city to cultivate. Fate is playing tricks on us. Frenzy shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, Frenzy frowned and asked, is the situation of the blood demon race similar to the Black Tortoise world in the past? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, do you have any way to help them? Although the blood demon race rules the underworld king's hell, I can see that they also yearn for the outside world. Frenzy said. It's difficult. Qin Feiyang sighed. Frenzy said, I'm not afraid of it, but I'm afraid I don't have confidence. To be honest, I really don't have confidence. After all, we don't even know the strength of the dragon god now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. As soon as he heard the name Dragon God, Frenzy fell silent. Although he had never seen it before, the name Dragon God was enough to suffocate him. If I can help, I will definitely help. But if I can't, there's nothing I can do. Let's talk about this later. Let's cultivate first. After saying that, Qin Feiyang also sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a soul stone to cultivate. In the main hall, King Yu waved his hand and the scene in the air dissipated. Then, he lowered his head and remained silent. The entire main hall gradually fell into dead silence. Shweta gritted his teeth and looked at King Yu. King Yu, I think we can take a gamble. King Yu was shocked. He raised his head and looked at Shweta, his eyes flickering. I really don't want to be a captive animal anymore. I want to defy the heavens and change my fate. Even if I fail and die miserably, I won't regret it. Shweta clenched his fists, his blood-red eyes shining with determination. Defy the heavens and change fate, King Yu murmured and waved his hand. You can leave first. Let this king think about it. He was the king of the blood demon race. Every decision he made would directly affect the entire blood demon race. Therefore, he couldn't be as straightforward as Shweta. He had too many concerns. Yes. Shweta responded respectfully. He turned around and strode out of the palace. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the world barrier and peek at a majestic figure in the sky. There was a trace of unyielding in his expression. On the 2nd level, more than 200 years had passed. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy had already reached the half-step 9th heaven realm. Although more than 200 years had passed on the 2nd level, only half a day had passed outside. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. There were wisps of light surging in his eyes. After a while, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf and asked, where is the gathering place that you mentioned? Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Tell me quickly. Qin Feiyang urged. Frenzy said, Giant Dragon Mountain Range. Is it far? Qin Feiyang asked. Not far. It only takes a few hours to reach the peak of the 9th heaven realm to reach the Giant Dragon Mountain Range. Frenzy said. Qin Feiyang pondered again. What's going on? White-eyed wolf asked. If I remember correctly, Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon told Princess Dragons and Dyuntian to go to the gathering place to find Yizhong and the others. Qin Feiyang said. That's normal. Hell is so dangerous. Before Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon died, he definitely told them to meet up with Yizhong and the others. White-eyed wolf said. You didn't think of the main point. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Main point? White-eyed wolf frowned. Frenzy couldn't help but ponder when he heard this. Qin Feiyang looked at White-eyed wolf and asked, Are Princess Dragons and Dyuntian our targets? That's right. White-eyed wolf nodded. Now, since we know that they are going to the giant dragon mountain range, isn't this an opportunity for us? Qin Feiyang asked again. Opportunity? White-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. This is an opportunity. Frenzy nodded and smiled. He finally understood Qin Feiyang's meaning. You mean, we should rush to the giant dragon mountain range to kill Dyuntian and Princess Dragons? White-eyed wolf asked. You're not that stupid. Qin Feiyang smiled. TCH. I just don't like to use my brain. White-eyed wolf snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, There's no time to lose. I'll go to the giant dragon mountain range now. You're going. What about us? White-eyed wolf asked. Qin Feiyang said, You guys can stay here and continue to cultivate. Why? White-eyed wolf frowned. To deal with Princess Dragons and Dyuntian, there's no need for all of us to go. Moreover, I have some concerns. Qin Feiyang's face showed a trace of worry. What concerns? A man and a wolf looked at him suspiciously. Although Yizhong and the others have already left the giant dragon mountain range, because Princess Dragons haven't met up with them, it's hard to guarantee that they won't secretly return. If they really return to the giant dragon mountain range and hide somewhere, won't you guys expose your identities if you follow them? Qin Feiyang said. White-eyed wolf scratched his head and said in confusion, I don't understand. Idiot. Think about it from my perspective. If it's us and we agreed to meet at a place in advance, but we didn't come, would you leave? Frenzy said. Of course, not. White-eyed wolf was slow for a moment and laughed. So, even if the blood demon race knows that the giant dragon mountain range is the gathering place of dragons, Yizhong and the others may still secretly return to the giant dragon mountain range and wait for Princess Dragons and the fire dragon to meet up with them. Frenzy said. I see. White-eyed wolf nodded and finally understood. Although it's just a guess, it might really happen, so don't go. Besides, it's useless for you guys to go. Qin Feiyang laughed. Get lost. As if you're very useful. The man and wolf rolled their eyes. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh and shouted, Senior King Yu, I have something to discuss with you. Swoosh. Before he finished speaking, King Yu appeared in the stone room and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. Okay. We'll go now. Hearing this, King Yu's eyes flashed coldly and he immediately left the palace with Qin Feiyang. Standing in the air above the square in front of the door, he shouted, 10 great commanders, come quickly. Whoosh. After a while, Shweta and the other great commanders flew through the air and landed in front of King Yu and Qin Feiyang. Shweta asked, King Yu, why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk while we walk. King Yu waved his hand and swept up the 10 great commanders and Qin Feiyang before rushing out of the city like lightning. Qin Feiyang also did not expect that the Serene King would actually personally go there. Even more so, he did not expect that the Serene King would gather the 10 great commanders. In that case, even if Yizhong and the others were to hide in the giant dragon mountain range, there would not be much of an issue. Chapter 26-26. So it's to kill the Princess of the Dragons. On the way. After hearing King Yu's explanation, Blood 2 and the others nodded in realization. Shweta looked a little angry. What's wrong with you? King Yu looked at him suspiciously. I'm angry with myself. Shweta said. Angry with yourself? King Yu was stunned. Qin Feiyang, Blood too, and the others also looked at Shweta in shock. I was there when they killed Ancestral Gragon of the Fire Dragon. I also heard Ancestral Gragon of the Fire Dragon telling them to go to the gathering place. But I didn't think of going to the gathering place to kill them. Why is my brain so slow? Shweta patted his head and said in frustration. Hearing this, King Yu, Blood too, and the others couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. So he was angry about this. Boss, you don't have to be angry. After all, not everyone is so meticulous. Blood too chuckled. Get lost. Shweta glared at him and turned to Qin Feiyang. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Next time, I'll definitely think of it before you. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect such a big guy to care so much about such a small matter. However, it also showed that Shweda's personality was very straightforward. He said whatever he wanted to say and didn't hide it in his heart. Such a person was easy to get along with because he wasn't scheming. Wait. Shweta reached out and stopped everyone. He frowned and said, it's too late for us to go to the Dragon Mountains now. Why? Everyone looked at him in confusion. That person called Dyuntian has the same cultivation level as me. He's also at the perfected 9 heavens realm. Then our speed is the same. Since I've already brought Brother Qin back to the ancient city, Dyuntian must have already brought the Princess of the Dragons to the Dragon Mountains. When they reach the Dragon Mountains and find that Yi Zhong and the others aren't there, they will definitely be suspicious and hide or leave. Then if we go there now, won't it be a wasted trip? Shweta said. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and said with a smile, you're wrong. You're wrong. Shweta was stunned. Yes. Although Du Yuntian's cultivation is the same as yours, he has none of the advantages you have. Qin Feiyang said. What advantage? Shweta was suspicious. First, the power of evil. As he travels, he has to divide his attention to refine the evil power. His speed will definitely be slower than yours. Next would be the ferocious beasts of hell. As the great commander of the blood demon race, that ferocious beast definitely won't dare to block your path. But Princess Dragons and Dyuntian are different. One of them is a human, and the other is a dragon. Furthermore, your blood demon race has already given the order to hunt down the humans and dragons. Think about it, what will happen if the beasts see them? He must have pounced on them in a frenzy. In the face of endless ferocious beasts, their speed will naturally slow down. I reckon that they might still be halfway there. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yeah. Shweta scratched his head, feeling as if his intelligence had been crushed once again. Boss, isn't there a saying that goes differently? All brawn and no brains. You're a big guy. Aren't you looking for trouble by competing with Brother Qin in terms of brains? Shuai grinned. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Shui Da's veins suddenly bulged. Shui chuckled. Alright. Let's continue on our way. King Yu shook his head and smiled, leading a group of people and disappearing into the sky like lightning. A few hours later, a group of people descended outside the Dragon Mountain range. King Yu scanned the mountains and rivers and said in a deep voice, the Dragon Mountain range is ahead. Qin Feiyang raised his head and scanned the Dragon Mountain range, then looked at the 10 great commanders and said, I'll have to trouble you guys. Shuai said, what trouble? Just say it. You guys split up and enter the Dragon Mountain range from all directions. Along the way, use your divine sense to conduct a carpet search of the Dragon Mountain range. If Yi Zhong and the others really return to the Dragon Mountain range, there will be nowhere to run. Qin Feiyang said. Good idea. Shuai's eyes lit up. The other great commanders also looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. No matter what, this person did it flawlessly. The dragons were really unlucky to have provoked such a shrewd enemy. Then let's move. If you discover anything, release your aura immediately. The others will also rush over immediately to assist in the encirclement. King Yu said. Yes. The 10 commanders responded respectfully. Then, they dispersed in all directions and quickly disappeared into the mountains. King Yu looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What about us?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Of course we're going straight to the valley." King Yu nodded and smiled. He swept up Qin Feiyang and rushed toward the slanting valley. "Senior King Yu, since you and the 10 great commanders have left, will there be any problems in the ancient city?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Don't worry about that. Even if I and the 10 great commanders are not around, the dragons will not dare to barge into the ancient city. After all, there are still many 9 Heavens Realm experts in the ancient city. We'll talk about it later. I'm the owner of the ancient city. If there are any changes, I'll be able to sense it immediately." King Yu smiled confidently. "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded. Very soon, the two of them landed in the sky above the valley. It had been 1.5 years since the last battle. The traces left behind by the battle had long been covered by grass and trees. Moreover, there were more beasts in the valley. However, when these beasts saw King Yu, they immediately lay on the ground and shivered. "In the past year, have you seen any humans appearing in the giant Dragon Mountain range?" King Yu asked. "No." Those beasts shook their heads. King Yu frowned and said, "Leave the giant Dragon Mountain range immediately." The group of beasts turned around and ran away as if they had been granted amnesty. King Yu said, "It seems that Princess Dragons and the rest have not arrived. If they haven't arrived, then they are unlucky." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. As they could not use the image crystal, it was impossible for Princess Dragons and Yuntian to know about the situation of Yizhong and the rest. Therefore, when they arrived at the giant Dragon Mountain range, they would not be wary at all. And this was enough to be fatal. At the same time, the 10 commanders also entered the giant Dragon Mountain range respectively. Their divine senses covered the sky and earth, not missing any place. Time passed by bit by bit. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Qin Feiyang and King Yu immediately turned around and saw that the aura came from the northeast direction. And the owner of this aura was Shuai. Could there be a situation? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. "Let's go and take a look." King Yu shouted and immediately led Qin Feiyang to the northwest direction. At the same time, Shuai and the rest also heard the commotion and rushed towards Shuai. Bang! In less than 3 breaths, another terrifying aura burst out. Qin Feiyang, King Yu, and the 10 commanders were all very familiar with this aura. Yizhong. He is indeed hiding in the giant Dragon Mountain range secretly. King Yu sneered. To Qin Feiyang, the giant Dragon Mountain range was very big. But to a peak 9 Heavens realm like King Yu, it was just a small place. In less than 10 breaths, they all arrived at the battlefield and immediately saw Yizhong and Shuai fighting fiercely in the void ahead. And without any suspense, Yizhong had the absolute advantage. Because he had mastered the power of law. Although Shuai was also very strong, he did not have the power of law and could not transform. With his strength alone, naturally, he was no match for Yizhong. His entire body was dripping with blood. However, Shuai could borrow the power of the evil sun, so it would be difficult for Yizhong to kill him. Yizhong. What a coincidence. We meet again. King Yu said coldly. Shuai also retreated to the side and summoned the power of the evil sun to heal himself. Together with Shuai and the others, they surrounded Yizhong. Yizhong frowned. What was going on? The 10 commanders and King Yu had all come to the giant Dragon Mountain range. And by the looks of it, they were obviously searching the giant Dragon Mountain range. Could it be that the blood demon race knew that he was hiding in the giant dragon mountain range? But that was not right. With his understanding of the blood demon race, these big guys would not have thought of this at all. Suddenly, Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang, who was beside King Yu, and his expression froze. Qin Feiyang. How could it be him? Long time no see, Chief Palace Master Yi. We are quite lucky to have caught a big fish like you. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and said with a smile. Yi Zhong said in shock and anger, why are you with the blood demon race? It's a long story. Why don't we go to the ancient city together and have a good chat? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and then at King Yu and the 10 commanders. He was in disbelief. He had become friends with the blood demon race. How did this kid do it? Qin Feiyang looked around and asked with a smile, why are you alone? Where are the chief palace master, the beast king, and the ancestor dragons? Yi Zhong snorted. Let me think, the ancestor dragons have not comprehended the power of laws, so they would not dare to take the risk to return to the giant dragon mountain range. And the chief palace master is a businessman. He would not do a losing deal. As for the beast king, now that he is only left with a wisp of his soul, he would not dare to take the risk. In the end, only you, Chief Palace Master Yi, are left. So I concluded that you should be the only one in the giant dragon mountain range now. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice, you brought them here. That's right. Half a year ago, I met the princess and the fire dragon, the ancestor dragon. They have not met up with you. So I concluded that you would definitely return to the giant dragon mountain range quietly to wait for them. In the end, it was as I expected. Qin Feiyang laughed. You met Her Highness? Yi Zhong was surprised. Yes. But she was unlucky to meet me. I accidentally killed her. And the fire dragon, the ancestor dragon, was also very unlucky. He was killed by the power of laws. Qin Feiyang said. Her Highness and Old Fire are dead? Yi Zhong's face changed. This was definitely bad news for the dragons. I don't want to take action against you. Follow me to the ancient city of King Yu. I will also ask Senior King Yu to let you go. Qin Feiyang said. You asked him to let me go and he will let me go? Yi Zhong sneered. As long as Brother Qin says the word, I will let you go now. King Yu said. Chapter 26-27. You can even let me go? Yi Zhong looked at King Yu in shock. What exactly did Qin Feiyang do? King Yu actually trusted him so much. They even called each other brothers. You're a smart person. Facing Senior King Yu and the 10 commanders, even if you have mastered the power of laws, you won't have a chance to escape. So you might as well listen to me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Zhong glanced at King Yu and the 10 commanders before looking at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Yi Zhong smiled and nodded. Sure, I'll go to King Yu's ancient city with you. Qin Feiyang smiled too. But then, an enslavement seal appeared. The smile on Yi Zhong's face disappeared instantly. Qin Feiyang said, I believe you can understand. What a joke. After signing the slave seal, do I still have a choice? Yi Zhong said angrily. Do you think you still have a choice now? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Zhong's face sank. I know. You must have left your soul on Divine Dragon Island. Even if I kill you now, you can be resurrected. But what have you thought? Is it really worth it? Qin Feiyang sighed. I know whether it's worth it or not. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Yi Zhong snorted coldly. All right. Then we'll wait and see. I'll let you go this time. Qin Feiyang said. What? You're really letting him go? The 10 commanders frowned. It wasn't easy to catch Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong frowned as well. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You're so kind. Just tell me, what tricks are you up to? This makes me a little depressed. It's rare for me to be a good person, and you actually suspect me? Qin Feiyang felt helpless. You, Qin Feiyang, are a kind person. Yi Zhong sneered without hesitation. I'm really not that bad. Qin Feiyang sighed and strode over to Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong looked at him suspiciously. King Yu and the 10 great commanders were also puzzled. What was this kid trying to do? However, what happened next stunned everyone present. Qin Feiyang walked in front of Yi Zhong and gave Yi Zhong a big bear hug. He smiled and said, "Take care of yourself." This, Yi Zhong, the Ghost King, and the 10 commanders were all in a state of confusion right now. What was going on? People who didn't know would think that this old man and young man were friends despite the difference in age. Qin Feiyang let go of Yi Zhong and retreated to the Ghost King's side. He put his hands behind his back and said, "Go. Brother Qin, wait a moment. It's easy to release a tiger back to the mountains, but it'll be difficult to catch him again. You have to think carefully." Shweta hurriedly advised. "It's fine." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Sir, what do you think?" Shweta looked at the Ghost King. However, before Shweta finished speaking, the Ghost King said, "Since I've already said it, I can't go back on my words. Yi Zhong, go. You're really letting me go?" Yi Zhong was stunned. He kept feeling that something was wrong. "Why aren't you scramming?" Shweta shouted angrily. Yi Zhong looked at Shweta and then at Qin Feiyang. Then, he turned and left without looking back. When Yi Zhong disappeared from sight, the Ghost King immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother Qin, what are you trying to do?" "Senior Ghost King, don't be anxious." Qin Feiyang smiled and stretched out his hand that was behind his back. There was an image crystal in his palm. The Ghost King and the 10 commanders were bewildered. This is an image crystal. Although we can't send messages in the Netherworld King's Hell, we can still record images. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Record images? The Ghost King was stunned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an image appeared in the void. The image showed the scene of him and Yi Zhong hugging each other. Moreover, they could clearly hear the words "Take care of yourself." Why are you recording this? The Ghost King was suspicious. The 10 commanders were also puzzled. This is very useful. Think about it. If the dragons see this and hear this, what will they think? Qin Feiyang said. If the dragons see this, the Ghost King and the 10 commanders were deep in thought. The Ghost King slapped his head and said with a smile, "So that's the case. You're using this image to sow discord between Yi Zhong and the dragons." That's right. I have to recruit Yi Zhong for my own use. However, as his disciple, I know his character very well. Using force will definitely not work. Therefore, I can only use this method. It may be a little despicable, but it's also the most effective method. I don't have time to waste with him. Qin Feiyang said. Amazing. The Ghost King gave him a thumbs up. The 10 commanders were also full of praises. Wait a minute. The Ghost King suddenly raised his hand and pondered for a while before asking, "You just said that you're Yi Zhong's disciple?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Didn't Senior Brother Crazy tell you?" We talked a lot back then. I can't remember clearly. The Ghost King shook his head. I'm indeed Yi Zhong's disciple. However, I have another identity. My other identity is Li Bu. Back then, I forged this identity in order to get close to the dragons. Qin Feiyang said. So that's the case. The Ghost King nodded. In short, I'll handle the matter regarding Yi Zhong well. I won't bring you any trouble. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. This king believes in that. The Ghost King nodded and smiled. However, my identity as Li Bu, and the fact that Senior Brother Crazy and the White-Eyed Wolf are in the ancient city of King Yuang must not be leaked. Because once the dragons know that senior brother Crazy and the white-eyed wolf are in the ancient city of King Yuang, they will definitely think of me. By then, the situation will be very disadvantageous to us. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry about this. We've already thought of this. Therefore, more than a year ago, I've already instructed in private that no one is allowed to leak the fact that Crazy and the white-eyed wolf are in the ancient city of King Yuang. The Ghost King said. Senior, you're also a meticulous person. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The Ghost King shook his head and smiled. Although he had spent less than a day with Qin Feiyang, he could already tell that this was a young man who could make people feel despair. Don't just talk about this. We have a very big problem now. Shui Dao. What problem? The Ghost King looked at him suspiciously. If we let Yi Zhong go, he will definitely think of ways to intercept the Princess of the Dragons and prevent her from entering the giant dragon mountains. Won't our plan be in vain then? Shui Dao. That's right. Blood too and the rest also patted their heads and came to a realization. However, Qin Feiyang revealed a smile and said, it seems that you didn't pay much attention to what I said previously. The group of people looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, think carefully. Didn't I tell Yi Zhong that I accidentally killed the Princess of the Dragons? The 10 commanders lowered their heads and pondered. That's what you said. The Ghost King suddenly nodded. Yi Zhong won't doubt the words that come out of my mouth. Since the Princess of the Dragons is dead, is there still a need for him to intercept? So, even if we let Yi Zhong go, it won't affect our plan to kill the Princess of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. Shueda was stunned and said in disbelief, so you've been planning this from the beginning. How can this be a joke? Of course, I have to consider everything in advance. Qin Feiyang said. Shueda said helplessly, all right, I admit defeat. I really can't compare to your brain. Boss, you finally know your own limits. That's rare. Shuai said coldly. Are you itching for a beating? Shueda immediately frowned. Don't. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Shuai hurriedly waved his hand. I'm going to use my fists today. I want to see who dares to say that I'm not a gentleman. Shueda grabbed Shuai and beat him up. Shuai wailed. Shui San and the other commanders also stood at the side and watched the show with a smile. The Ghost King's face darkened. He glared at the group of people and said apologetically, Brother Qin, I've made a fool of myself. No. They're quite cute. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The more he interacted with them, the more he felt that the Blood Demon tribe was worth befriending. Back to Yi Zhong. Half an hour later. He rushed into a large mountain. Soon, a small valley entered his sight. There were several cave residences in the valley. When Yi Zhong arrived in the valley, the chief pavilion master, the Beast Emperor, and the various ancestral dragons all walked out of their cave residences. How was it? The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon asked. Yi Zhong sighed. I didn't see the princess and old Hua. Instead, I saw the Ghost King and the 10 commanders. What? They went to the Dragon Mountains again? Everyone was shocked. Yes. Yi Zhong nodded and said in a deep voice, and Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang. Everyone looked at each other. Why did Qin Feiyang also go to the Dragon Mountains? It was Qin Feiyang who brought the Ghost King and the others to the Dragon Mountains. I don't know why this kid has such a good relationship with the Blood Demon tribe. He's actually brothers with the Ghost King and the 10 commanders. Yi Zhong said. It can't be. Quickly tell us in detail. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. Yi Zhong nodded and briefly explained the situation. The princess and old Hua are dead? They heard about it. The group of people was dumbfounded. Damn it. Outside, everyone likes him. In the hell, the Blood Demon tribe also likes him. I really don't understand. What charm does this little bastard have? When they came back to their senses, the ancestral dragons immediately roared, feeling very unbalanced. Sigh. Yi Zhong sighed. At this moment, he wavered. Was it right or wrong for the dragons to deprive Qin Feiyang and Qin Batian of their bloodline power? The chief pavilion master looked at the ancestral dragons and asked Yi Zhong, "Then how did you escape?" Yi Zhong paused for a moment and said, "Of course I escaped when they weren't paying attention. Could it be that they would take the initiative to let me go?" He had to hide the truth. This was because once he told them the truth, the ancestral dragons would definitely be suspicious of him given their suspicious personalities. Then what should we do now? Are we still going to the Ghost King ancient city to snatch the heaven-defying artifact? The Beast Emperor asked. The chief pavilion master looked at the ancestral dragon and said, "Of course not. The blood demon tribe is already very difficult to deal with, and now there's another Qin Feiyang." Yi Zhong said helplessly, "I also found out that Qin Feiyang has already broken through to the half-nine heavens realm." So fast? The chief pavilion master was stunned. He remembered that before entering the hell, this little bastard was only a greater perfection paragon god. Then all the more we can't go to the Ghost King ancient city. After all, we all know about Qin Feiyang's means. Even if he doesn't have any heaven-defying artifact or technique, we can't underestimate him. The Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Yi Zhong nodded. The chief pavilion master came back to his senses and asked, "Then let's go to Fallen Valley to take a look." The ancestral dragon sighed helplessly and said, "Then let's go to Fallen Valley to try our luck." He didn't insist on going to the Ghost King ancient city anymore. Because he didn't dare. He was afraid. Chapter 26-28. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Early morning. The evil sun slowly rose. The dark world gradually brightened. Whoosh! A man and a woman rushed into the Dragon Mountains. The man held a folding fan in his hand and wore a purple robe. He was tall and straight and had quite a temperament. The woman wore a white dress and had a graceful figure. She could be described as a peerless beauty. However, they were a little embarrassed. Their bodies were covered with blood. The two of them were Duyuntian and Princess Dragons. "This is the settlement?" Duyuntian glanced around and asked. "Yes." Princess Dragons nodded. They walked all the way and arrived at the sky above the canyon. However, in the canyon, there was nothing except for weeds all over the ground. "Where are they? Could you have made a mistake?" Duyuntian frowned. "Impossible." Princess Dragons took out a hand-drawn map from her interspatial ring and carefully checked it for a moment before saying, "There's no mistake. This is the place." "Then how can we see the chief palace master and the rest?" Duyuntian was suspicious. Princess Dragon said with uncertainty, "They may have gone out for something." "They shouldn't have. If they had gone out for something, they would have left one or two people to guard here. I think they may have left." Duyuntian shook his head. "Left?" Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows. If Yi Zhong and the rest had really left, where could she find them? Duyuntian asked, "Is there a second settlement?" "No." Princess Dragons shook her head. "Then it's not easy. Hell is so big. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to find them." Duyuntian said. Princess Dragons frowned. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and said, "I thought of a place." "Where?" Duyuntian asked. "Fallen Valley." Princess Dragons said. "Fallen Valley?" Duyuntian was suspicious. "That's right. Before we came to hell, Yi Zhong and the others mentioned Fallen Valley more than once. He even said that he would definitely visit Fallen Valley again if he had the chance. If they are not in the Dragon Mountains, then they must be in the Fallen Valley." Princess Dragon said in a deep voice. Duyuntian's eyes flashed as he asked, "How far is Fallen Valley from here?" I heard from Yi Zhong and the others that it would take at least 2 years to travel from the giant dragon mountain range to Fallen Valley, even for a great perfection 9 heavens realm. Princess Dragon said. So far. Du Yuntian was stunned. It's all right. Compared to the divine demon forest, it's already very close. Princess Dragon shook her head. Du Yuntian's eyes flickered as he said, since they are no longer in the giant dragon mountain range, speaking of which. Du Yuntian chuckled as he looked at Princess Dragons and said, then let's settle our matters. Our business. Princess Dragons was taken aback and asked suspiciously, what can we solve? Of course there is. Along the way, I have endured for a long time, and now I really can't endure it anymore. After Du Yuntian finished speaking, he suddenly released his pressure to imprison Princess Dragons. What are you doing? Princess Dragons was shocked and shouted angrily. What am I doing? Du Yuntian held his chin as he looked at Princess Dragon's figure and laughed, I want to be the son-in-law of Dragon Zun. Upon hearing this, Princess Dragon's face suddenly turned pale. Don't struggle. You are only a half-step 9th heaven realm. Under my pressure, you don't even have the chance to self-destruct. Just obediently obey me. Du Yuntian walked up step by step. Bastard, if you dare to do this, dragons, will never let you go. Princess Dragons roared. Ha, when the rice is cooked, what can dragons do to me? Moreover, I have already made plans. Let's have a child here first, and then take the child back to Divine Continent. At that time, even if you dragons are angry, you probably won't kill me. After all, I am the father of the child. Du Yuntian laughed. Shameless bastard. Princess Dragons was furious, and a destructive aura suddenly emerged from her body. I told you it's useless, why don't you listen? Du Yuntian shook his head, and his pressure instantly increased by several levels, and Princess Dragons was immediately imprisoned. Not to mention self-destructing, she couldn't even speak. Woo-woo, Princess Dragons struggled silently, and her eyes were full of pleading, as if saying, let me go. However, how could Du Yuntian let go of such a rare opportunity after much difficulty? He walked in front of Princess Dragons and grabbed her dress. At this moment, tears suddenly rolled out of Princess Dragon's eyes, and her face was full of despair. Puchi. However, just as the dragon princess's dress was torn apart, a faint laugh sounded. Du Yuntian. I always thought that I was brave enough, but I didn't expect you to be even braver than me. You even dared to touch Dragon Zun's daughter. What do you think will happen to you if Dragon Zun knows about this? The laughter was full of sarcasm. This voice, Princess Dragon's heart skipped a beat. Du Yuntian's face suddenly darkened, and he looked up at the peak of the mountain, and saw a young man in white standing at the edge of the cliff. Qin Feiyang. Why are you here? You're really haunting me. Du Yuntian said angrily. Haunting me? Don't be mistaken, I came to the Dragon Mountains before you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and landed in front of Du Yuntian. In the past half-month, he, King Yu, and the 10 commanders had been lurking nearby. When Du Yuntian and Princess Dragons arrived, he quietly came to the peak of the mountain and witnessed the scene with his own eyes. Save me, Princess Dragons cried silently. Usually, she hated Qin Feiyang to the core, but at this moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness, as if she had seen her savior. Du Yuntian frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, don't meddle in other people's business. I don't intend to meddle in it either. You continue, just pretend that I'm not here. Qin Feiyang chuckled as he leaned against a rock and crossed his arms over his chest. You're just standing there, how can I continue? Du Yuntian's face darkened, and he said angrily. What does that have to do with anything? Anyway, you're so thick-skinned to do such a thing, why are you afraid of others seeing it? Qin Feiyang said. Du Yuntian gloomily stared at Qin Feiyang, and suddenly laughed, if we can capture Princess Dragons, it'll be good for both of us, why don't we share it? Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Share? Could this guy be more shameless? Forget it. I can't do such a wicked thing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wicked? Du Yuntian sneered and said, as long as I can achieve my goal, what's the difference? It's pointless to say more. You continue, I'll just watch. I'll definitely not disturb you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Du Yuntian was burning with anger. Was this not disturbing? He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, you should know that the dragons are a threat to us. If we can capture Princess Dragons, it'll be great for you, me, and the Dragon-Slaying Palace. Dragon-Slaying Palace. Princess Dragons was shocked. Du Yuntian actually mentioned the Dragon-Slaying Palace? Could it be, he's from the Dragon-Slaying Palace? Du Yuntian looked at Qin Feiyang and continued, think about it, if I become the son-in-law of the dragons, won't it be easier for us to destroy the dragons? He's really from the Dragon-Slaying Palace. Princess Dragons was shocked. At the same time, it was too late for regrets. Qin Feiyang had said that there was something wrong with Du Yuntian's identity, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She thought that it was really just Qin Feiyang trying to sow discord. However, she didn't expect it to be true. If she had believed Qin Feiyang and secretly been wary of Du Yuntian, how could she have fallen into such a situation? Working from the inside, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. It seems to make sense. That's the reason. Look, we're both young lords of the Dragon-Slaying Palace. If you and I join forces, it'll be a strong alliance. When we destroy the dragons, we'll have the greatest credit. Maybe we'll be the next sovereigns of the Dragon-Slaying Palace. Aren't you tempted by such a great benefit? Du Yuntian laughed. He didn't care about his identity being exposed. After all, he had already attacked Princess Dragons. I'm tempted. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. To show my sincerity, I'll let you play with this woman first. Du Yuntian laughed. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a while and slowly walked to Du Yuntian's side. He reached out and pinched Princess Dragon's chin, looking at her face. You don't say. At such a close distance, it really makes one's imagination run wild. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing this, Princess Dragon's face turned even paler. She didn't expect Qin Feiyang to be such a person. Du Yuntian looked at Princess Dragons and then at Qin Feiyang. A trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. I'm waiting for you to come closer. A wisp of divine power quietly appeared in his palm. That's right. His previous show of goodwill was to lure Qin Feiyang to take the initiative to come closer. Because only by attacking at a close distance, he was confident that he could kill Qin Feiyang in one blow. The world said that Qin Feiyang was smart, but now it seemed that he was not that smart. He believed him so easily. However, just as Du Yuntian was about to launch a sneak attack on Qin Feiyang suddenly let go of the Dragon Princess's chin. Then, he turned around and ruthlessly slapped Du Yuntian's face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in this place for a long time. Du Yuntian was dumbfounded. Princess Dragons was also dumbfounded. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed and took a step back. He jokingly said, Du Yuntian, do you really think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? You're courting death. Du Yuntian was completely enraged. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Don't look like you're going to eat me. I, Qin Feiyang, may be cruel and merciless, but I'm not so shameless as to use such despicable means. To possess Princess Dragons and become the son-in-law of Long Zun, I can't believe you can think of such a thing. Someone like you is worthy of being the young lord of the Dragon-Slaying Palace and being as famous as I, Qin Feiyang? I feel ashamed. Qin Feiyang despised him. Good. Then let me see how powerful you can be without a heaven-defying divine weapon and heaven-defying divine art. Du Yuntian nodded repeatedly, his face full of hostility. Boom! Before his voice had died away, A terrifying surge of divine power surged out, carrying a destructive momentum toward Qin Feiyang. Chapter 26-29. How dare you hurt Brother Qin? You're courting death. Just as Du Yuntian made his move, an angry roar could be heard. Immediately after, a huge figure rushed over at lightning speed and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. It was Xuede. Xuede threw a punch, and Du Yuntian's divine power was immediately shattered. Blood Demon Tribe. Du Yuntian's expression changed. Whoosh! Another 10 figures rushed over. They were King Yu, Xue'er, and the others. You guys, Du Yuntian looked at the group of people with a terrified expression. Don't misunderstand. It's just you and Princess Dragons. There's no need for all of us to move out. King Yu said indifferently. Then why are you guys here? Du Yuntian was surprised. We're here for the ancestral dragon. Unfortunately, they've already escaped. King Yu said. Du Yuntian heaved a sigh of relief. But immediately after, his heart was in his throat again. Although these blood demons were here for the ancestral dragon, now that the ancestral dragon had escaped, they would definitely not let him go. For these blood demons, killing him was just a matter of convenience. King Yu looked at Princess Dragons and said indifferently, "Your Princess Dragons?" Princess Dragons whimpered. King Yu waved his hand, and the majesty that imprisoned Princess Dragons was immediately shattered. Princess Dragons finally regained her freedom and immediately retreated. She stared at Du Yuntian and said resentfully, "I guarantee that you'll die miserably." Du Yuntian's gaze trembled. King Yu said, "I'm asking you a question." Princess Dragons looked at King Yu and said, "I'm Princess Dragons. May I ask who you are?" Xuede said, "He's the ruler of hell, King Yu." King Yu. Princess Dragons was shocked. Du Yuntian was also shocked. This blood demon in front of him was actually the famous King Yu. King Yu sized up Princess Dragons for a moment and nodded. "You look like your mother." "You've seen my mother?" Princess Dragons asked. King Yu snorted. "Not only have I seen her, but we've also fought. She was defeated by me." "What?" Long Zun was defeated by him. Du Yuntian was stunned. Even Long Zun was no match for this person. Just how terrifying was the Ghost King's strength? Qin Feiyang was also slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Yu King, and asked, "Senior Yu King, have you seen Long Zun's true appearance?" "Yes." Although many years have passed, this king still remembers it. The Ghost King nodded. Qin Feiyang was very curious. What did this Long Zun look like? Although he had met Long Zun more than once, he had never seen Long Zun's true appearance. Suddenly, Du Yuntian stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. King Yu and the others also looked at Du Yuntian in shock. "Fight me one-on-one. No one is allowed to help me. If I lose, you can punish me however you want. But if I win, you have to let me go," Du Yuntian said. He wanted to gain the initiative by striking first. This was because he knew that with the help of the Ghost King and the others, there was no way he could survive. Only by challenging Qin Feiyang would he have a chance. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and hurriedly raised his hand. Wait. Why should I fight you one-on-one? You don't dare. Come to think of it, you're only an immortal." At this point, Du Yuntian's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Qin Feiyang in disbelief and said, "You've already broken through to the half-step 9 heavens realm? Is that strange?" Qin Feiyang asked in a daze. Du Yuntian took a deep breath and said, "It's not strange for you, Qin Feiyang. But so what if you're a half-step 9 heavens realm?" There was some disdain in his eyes. "Ha! Are you trying to provoke me so that I'll accept your challenge? As the young master of the Dragon Slayer Temple, is this all you know?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" If you don't dare, I won't force you. But if word gets out that the descendant of Qin Badian doesn't even have the courage to accept someone's challenge, I think, you'll not only lose your face, but also the face of your ancestor. Du Yuntian sneered. Go on. I'm listening. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms, as if he was watching a clown. Du Yuntian was furious. How could this person be so calm? If it was someone else, they would have already been angered and accepted his challenge. Senior Ghost King, any of the 10 commanders can easily get rid of you. Do you think I need to waste my time with you? Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. Coward. Useless. What else do you know other than relying on your master's power? But it makes sense. You didn't have parents to discipline you since you were young. It's normal that you don't know shame and self-respect. Du Yuntian sneered. Parents, Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. What's wrong? Have I touched your heart? Others might not know, but I know your past very well. You've been extremely talented since you were young. You're known as a rare monster. But in the end, not only did your biological father not value you, he even personally crippled your cultivation and chased you out of the family. I can't help but pity you. You're just like a dog, struggling at death's door. Du Yuntian continued to provoke and ridicule him. So he went through such a tribulation when he was young, Princess Dragons muttered. To be crippled by one's own father and chased out of the family was a terrifying thing. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. But this man had stubbornly made it all the way. Ghost King and the 10 commanders couldn't help but sympathize with Qin Feiyang. It was no wonder this kid was so terrifying. He had been tempered through trials and tribulations. Qin Feiyang stared at Du Yuntian, his gloomy expression becoming increasingly terrifying. Suddenly, he exhaled a long breath and said with a smile, although your tricks are unsightly, I have to congratulate you. You've really angered me. Tricks? Isn't this the truth? Du Yuntian chuckled. Yes. This is the truth. But so what? My father and mother did this to better protect me. This is the love of a father and a mother. Although you were born in Shenzhou and have talent and status that others don't have, I believe you've never experienced the feeling of being cared for. Qin Feiyang said lightly. How do you know I haven't? Du Yuntian sneered. Because of your character. If you had parents to discipline you and care for you, you would never have become such a refined scum. So to speak, you're the one who lacks parental discipline. Qin Feiyang said. Cut the crap. Accept my challenge if you dare. Du Yuntian shouted. There was a hint of anger in his tone. Obviously, Qin Feiyang had guessed correctly. Du Yuntian's family situation was not that simple. All right. I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. He looked at King Yu and the 10 commanders and said, Senior King Yu, don't interfere. Are you sure? King Yu frowned. Yes. If I really lose to him, it's because I'm not capable enough. You can let him go then. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. No matter what you do, we'll support you. Step back. King Yu shouted. The 10 commanders immediately stepped back. With a wave of his hand, the Ghost King brought the Dragon Princess and retreated into the distance. You're not going to kill me? Princess Dragons frowned. Shut up. King Yu said expressionlessly. His gaze was fixed on Qin Feiyang and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A beginner 9 Heavens realm versus a perfected 9 Heavens realm, could this young lad create a miracle? You actually accepted my challenge. I have to say that you're really stupid. Du Yuntian glanced at King Yu and the rest. He looked at Qin Feiyang and burst into laughter. Stupid? Don't think too much. I just want you to experience for yourself how weak you are in front of me. I want you to know what true despair is. Qin Feiyang said. Shameless boasting. A mere half-step 9 Heavens realm can make me feel despair. Just you wait. Very soon, I'll let you have a good taste of despair. Du Yuntian shouted angrily. His aura was released and he slammed his palm toward Qin Feiyang. Divine power spread in all directions. The mountains and rivers here suddenly collapsed one after another. Once a perfected nine heavens realm attacked with all his might, it would be a scene of destruction. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step back and his eyes turned sharp. With your speed, do you think you can dodge it? Du Yuntian's face was full of disdain. He immediately chased after Qin Feiyang and slammed his palm toward his chest. However, Qin Feiyang seemed to have expected it. He stepped to the side and calmly dodged it. Impossible. Du Yuntian shook his head. The battles I've experienced in my life are not something you can imagine. Our battle awareness is not on the same level. Qin Feiyang said. Her tone was as cold as frost, bone-chilling. Battle awareness is bullshit. Cultivation is the way to go. Du Yuntian shouted. Divine power gushed out like a torrent, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. I don't deny that. Qin Feiyang nodded. In an instant, his aura soared. Beginner Nine Heavens Realm. Initial Nine Heavens Realm. In just a moment, his cultivation level soared by 2 small realms. Rising Dragon Formula. After studying it last time, his Rising Dragon Formula had increased by 2 small realms. However, against Du Yuntian, his initial Nine Heavens Realm cultivation was not enough. He took out another divine pill and threw it into his mouth. This was the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill. Boom! Violent energy exploded in his body. His aura soared again. Greater Nine Heavens Realm. What? Not only Du Yuntian and the Dragon Princess, but even King Yu and the 10 great commanders were also dumbfounded. His cultivation level increased by 3 small realms. This little guy's skills were not simple. Boom! Qin Feiyang finally made his move. The power in his body surged out like a flood from an open dam. He threw a punch. The divine power and the fist collided violently. A destructive aura instantly spread out in all directions with this place as the center. Shatter! Qin Feiyang roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a demon god descending to earth. Then, under Du Yuntian's incredulous gaze, the divine power collapsed. It could not even stop it. Chapter 26:30. This, the Dragon Princess was in a daze. Even if Qin Feiyang's cultivation had reached the 9 heavens stage of greater success, there was still a difference of 2 whole stages between him and Du Yuntian. After all, Du Yuntian was at the 9th heaven realm. But now, his punch had shattered Du Yuntian's divine power. Just how strong was this power? I see. King Yu was surprised at first, but after careful observation, he understood. This kid is powerful. Just like us, he has strengthened his body. Shueda laughed. And judging from the strength he has shown, his body is at least 3 small realms stronger than those of the same realm. Shui Tu said with admiration. On the battlefield. Qin Feiyang lowered his arm. Looking at Du Yuntian, he said, the strength that you thought was infallible, is this all you've got? Du Yuntian was angry and shouted, what are you being so arrogant for? This is only 1/10 of my strength. Sky Demon Treasured Book, God Slaying. Du Yuntian pointed in the air and a black divine light shot out from his index finger. A destructive wave instantly spread out in all directions. Shueda's face changed and he shouted, Brother Qin, be careful. That's a supreme killing skill. Supreme killing skill, Qin Feiyang whispered. He had used a supreme killing skill so quickly. He really thought highly of Qin Feiyang. Die! Du Yuntian shouted. The divine light was like a sharp arrow, shattering the sky and locking onto Qin Feiyang. But for this, Qin Feiyang did not panic. He could not dodge it. Because the divine light's aura had locked onto him. He could only fight back. Chirp! Accompanied by a loud phoenix cry, the Fire Phoenix 4 styles was instantly released. Fire Phoenix Technique. Du Yuntian was shocked. Wasn't this the divine art created by Lu Zhengyang? How could it be in this person's hands? And judging by its aura, it had reached the level of a supreme divine art. Boom! Following a series of deafening explosions, the godly light and the Fire Phoenix 4 forms continued to collide with one another. The Fire Phoenix 4 styles were annihilated one after another. Qin Feiyang was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. However, the divine light was completely undamaged. Seeing this scene, Du Yuntian calmed down and laughed wildly. Did you see that? This is the difference between our cultivation levels. Even if you have a supreme grade divine skill, you are still not my match. Kill. The divine light destroyed everything in its path as it headed straight for Qin Feiyang's glabella. But even so, Qin Feiyang still did not panic. He was so calm that it was frightening. Boom. Suddenly, under the shocked gazes of the Princess of the Dragons, the Ghost King, and the 10 commanders, Qin Feiyang actually struck the divine light with his bare hands. Was this kid courting death? No matter how strong his physical body was, he couldn't take on a supreme being killing technique head-on. However, Qin Feiyang had no intention of changing his mind. His fist surged with divine power and was as bright as the sun. Boom! In an instant, Qin Feiyang's fist met the divine light. The divine light instantly drowned Qin Feiyang. Too arrogant. This is a supreme grade killing technique. If this continues, he will definitely die. Shweta shook his head. Die, die. Du Yuntian laughed maniacally. However, when the divine light disappeared and Qin Feiyang's figure was revealed, the smile on his face froze. The Ghost King, the 10 commanders, and the Princess of the Dragons were also in disbelief. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was completely unharmed. What was going on? This was impossible. That divine light was formed by a supreme grade killing technique. No matter what, this should not be the result. In fact, they did not know that the moment Qin Feiyang was drowned by the divine light, he had activated the Wisdom King Golden Body. The Wisdom King Golden Body could block a fatal blow from a major realm. Du Yuntian's cultivation was only at the 9th heaven stage, far from the limit of the Wisdom King Golden Body. Naturally, he could not hurt Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had also chosen the right time to activate the Wisdom King Golden Body. Firstly, the Wisdom King Golden Body could only be used once. Secondly, he had obtained the Wisdom King Golden Body from the assessment ground. If the Princess of the Dragons saw it and told Yizhong, his identity would be exposed. Therefore, he used the divine light as a disguise. I don't believe it. Du Yuntian shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Isn't the truth right in front of you? Don't be so smug. Sky Demon Treasured Book, Divine Destruction. Du Yuntian roared. A huge black hand appeared in the sky. It was thousands of feet long and covered the sky. It looked like a huge hand of a demon god. It descended from the sky and pressed down on Qin Feiyang. The void was collapsing crazily, and the earth was caving in as well. It was as if doomsday had arrived, shocking everyone in all directions. It's another supreme grade killing technique, Shweta said in a deep voice. Since he could withstand it before, he can definitely do it this time. We have to have confidence in him, Shweta said, but he was also extremely nervous. Boom! The huge black hand attacked at lightning speed. Even Qin Feiyang could faintly feel the threat of death from the terrifying aura. Hum! Chirp! Without hesitation, he indeed activated the Divine Dragon Technique and the Fire Phoenix Technique. The two supreme grade divine techniques appeared in an instant and blasted toward the huge black hand. Boom! Crack! For a moment, in the sky, a loud sound shook the sky. The Divine Dragon technique and the Fire Phoenix technique blasted on the huge black hand one after another. He had to admit that these two divine techniques were indeed powerful. They actually blocked the huge black hand. However, it was only for a short moment. The huge black hand shattered the two divine techniques and instantly slapped toward Qin Feiyang. It was also at this moment that a set of white armor appeared on Qin Feiyang's body. Divine armor. Boom. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang was slapped into the ground by the huge black hand. When the huge black hand dissipated, a huge palm print appeared on the ground, and in the middle of the palm print was a huge pit. Qin Feiyang was lying in the deep pit at this moment. The divine armor had long been shattered, and his body was dripping with blood. And because of the huge black hand's concealment, Princess Dragons did not see the divine armor. You're at your wit's end. I thought you were very strong, but it turns out that this is all you've got. Why are you so arrogant? Du Yuntian looked down at Qin Feiyang lying in the deep pit and laughed. I should be the one saying that. Qin Feiyang's voice slowly came out as he slowly stood up. Although he was dripping with blood, he did not look weak at all. Du Yuntian was stunned. Princess Dragons also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. After being attacked by such a terrifying attack, he was actually fine. As for Ghost King and the 10 commanders, they were also very shocked. Only Qin Feiyang knew that if he had activated the divine armor at that time, both his soul and body would have been destroyed. You didn't die even after that? Are you a fucking cockroach? Du Yuntian was furious. Qin Feiyang had broken his supreme killing technique time and time again, which was equivalent to slapping his face time and time again. Because he was at the peak 9 Heavens realm. It was already very embarrassing for a 9th Heavens realm cultivator to be unable to crush the other party like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, let alone breaking his most offensive and most powerful killing technique again and again. He felt like a piece of trash who could not even kill a half-step 9 Heavens realm cultivator. You're not strong enough, and you're blaming me for being tough. Are you kidding me? Qin Feiyang mocked. Good. You're strong. I'd like to see how long you can last. Heavenly Demon Scripture, God Burial. Du Yuntian roared. Clang. A huge black axe appeared with surging demonic might. Since you're so arrogant, don't dodge. I'll send you to hell. Following Du Yuntian's angry roar, the huge black axe chopped towards Qin Feiyang as if it could destroy the vast sky. Have I dodged from the beginning to the end? You're not qualified for me to dodge. It's time for me to show you my strength. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Swoosh. 3,000 clones were instantly activated. 3,000 clones appeared behind him in unison. This is the divine art. Shweta was shocked. Even now, he still remembered how terrifying this divine art was. Back then, even his physical body could not withstand it and had been sent flying. You're just a bunch of clones. You want to block my supreme killing technique? However, Du Yuntian had a look of contempt. Seeing Du Yuntian's reaction, Qin Feiyang was surprised. He did not even know about the existence of 3,000 clones. It seemed that the demon ancestor had kept a low profile in the dragon-slaying palace and had never activated 3,000 clones. Because in this world, only he and the demon ancestor had 3,000 clones. Attack! Qin Feiyang shouted. Kill! The 3,000 clones roared and instantly activated the Dragon God technique and the Fire Phoenix technique. They charged toward the huge black axe. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by earth-shattering sounds, the Fire Phoenix technique and the Dragon God technique shattered. However, the huge black axe was also gradually shattering. How could this be? Du Yuntian was shocked. You still don't know? They're not clones at all. Their strength is the same as mine. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Crack! As more than half of the Dragon God technique and the Fire Phoenix technique shattered, the huge black axe also collapsed. At that moment, the remaining Dragon God technique and the Fire Phoenix technique blasted toward Dyuntian and instantly drowned him. Terrifying divine might completely erupted. Ah! Dyuntian's scream resounded in the sky. They're not clones. King Yu was also shocked. They're definitely not clones because I've experienced their strength. Their strength is exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's original body. Blood Dao. That's really a mysterious deity technique. King Yu mumbled. Qin Feiyang, suddenly. Dyuntian's angry roar was heard. Accompanied by a loud bang, an unparalleled ferocious aura suddenly surged out. The Fire Phoenix technique and the Dragon God technique that drowned Dyuntian began to shatter and disappear. When everything was revealed, a huge black python appeared above Dyuntian's head. The python was thousands of feet long and its body was covered with black snake scales. There was also a pitch-black horn on its head. Fighting soul. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. This is my fighting soul. I'm going to tear you into pieces and burn your bones to ashes so that you can never be reincarnated. Go to hell. Dyuntian roared. Blood spurted from his body and he looked extremely ferocious. Boom. At that moment, the fighting soul carried a monstrous ferocious aura as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws toward Qin Feiyang. Chapter 26:31. At the same time, the horn on the war soul's head spewed out a black light, emitting a strange aura. Boom. When the black light shrouded the area, Qin Feiyang's cultivation level plummeted. Lower tier, initial tier, half-ninth heaven state. That's right. In an instant, he was beaten back to his original state. What's going on? King Yu and the 10 commanders were shocked. A trace of bewilderment also appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Divine Python Domain suppresses the opponent by 3 small realms. How is it? Do you feel despair? Dyuntian laughed maniacally. So it's a divine ability. Qin Feiyang mumbled. It wasn't easy for you to raise your cultivation level to the greater 9th heaven state, but now you're beaten back to your original state. You must feel helpless. You must feel aggrieved. Because if we were outside, it would be easy for you to kill me. In the past, I'm afraid you've never taken me seriously. But now, you're going to die in my hands. Ha, Qin Feiyang, oh, Qin Feiyang, you asked for it. You could have stayed in the divine land, but you came to the Nether King's hell. But don't worry. After you die, I'll personally deliver your bones to Qin Batian and let him experience the pain of losing a loved one. Die! Dyuntian roared. The war soul opened its mouth and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Don't be so smug. I've seen war souls more powerful than yours. What's yours? Since you've revealed your war soul, I'll show you what a true war soul is. Following Qin Feiyang's words, a blood dragon appeared out of nowhere. This was the purple gold dragon soul. Although the purple gold dragon soul had changed greatly due to the bloodline power, its divine ability remained the same. Roar! The blood dragon let out a loud dragon roar. The flesh between its eyebrows split open, and a huge eye appeared. The Eye of Heaven. One of the top 10 heaven-defying divine abilities, it had the terrifying ability to replicate all attacks. As soon as the Eye of Heaven opened, a giant python appeared above Qin Feiyang's head. Wisps of black light appeared and shrouded Dyuntian. Immediately, Dyuntian's cultivation began to plummet. 9th heaven state. 9th greater 9th heaven state. 9th lower 9th heaven state. His cultivation level dropped by 3 small realms. How is this possible? Dyuntian was shocked. Qin Feiyang coldly said, Eye of Heaven. It's the Eye. King Yu yelled. That's it, the Eye of Heaven is one of the 10 great heaven-defying battle souls, and it ranks in the top 3. This kid is indeed full of surprises. The 10 times commanders, divine is A, the game is over. Divine Emperor Prison, take it away. Qin Feiyang activated another divine ability. The Emperor's divine domain suddenly fell. Du Yuntian was immediately imprisoned, and his consciousness went blank. Consciousness deprivation. Although Du Yuntian's cultivation was higher than Qin Feiyang's and could only deprive him of consciousness for a moment, one should know that for an expert of this level, a moment was enough to kill. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, bypassed Du Yuntian's war soul, and landed in front of Du Yuntian. Divine power roared as he punched Du Yuntian's lower abdomen. Boom! Du Yuntian was sent flying, and with a crack, his sea of qi shattered. Bang! Finally. With a loud bang, Du Yuntian crashed into the mountain below, creating a huge pit. Ah, the intense pain made him howl in agony. His war soul also dissipated. Qin Feiyang landed on top of the crater with a single step. He looked down at Du Yuntian and said, "Do you see it? This is the difference between you and me. Even if your cultivation is higher than mine, I can still kill you." Du Yuntian endured the intense pain and got up. He was in a sorry state. He looked up at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of unwillingness. "You must be devastated. You're so much stronger than me, but you're the one lying on the ground. What do you think? Do you know the taste of despair?" Qin Feiyang said lightly. "I don't accept this." Du Yuntian roared hysterically. His divine sense surged wildly toward Qin Feiyang. "It's true that you don't accept this. You and Wu Baichuan don't deserve to be on the same level as me," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Without any fancy movements, he threw a punch at Du Yuntian. After Du Yuntian's war soul dissipated, his cultivation returned to the 9th heaven realm. With his physical body and strength, it was not a problem for him to resist Du Yuntian's divine sense. Boom! With a punch, Du Yuntian's divine sense was destroyed. Du Yuntian held his head and howled in pain. He felt as if his divine sense was about to be torn apart. "I'm asking you. Do you know the taste of despair?" Qin Feiyang landed in front of Du Yuntian and grabbed him by the neck. His eyes were extremely cold. "Ha!" Du Yuntian laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. "Do you really think that Wu Baichuan and I will die? Let me tell you. Before we entered the Nether King's hell, we already split off a strand of our divine sense. So, even if you kill us in the Nether King's hell, we won't die. Ha, you should be the one in despair. You finally had the chance to kill us, but it was all for nothing." Du Yuntian laughed wildly. "I see. But so what? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time, a third time. In this lifetime, you can only tremble at my feet." Qin Feiyang clenched his fist and crushed Du Yuntian's neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. His head fell to the ground. But even though his head fell to the ground, Du Yuntian was still laughing wildly. Qin Feiyang stomped his foot again and crushed Du Yuntian's head in divine sense. Throughout the whole process, his expression did not change at all. "Amazing. King," Yu murmured. There was a difference of 5 small realms between the half 9th heaven realm and the peak 9th heaven realm. Originally, they felt that it was simply impossible for Qin Feiyang to win. But they did not expect that. In the end, Qin Feiyang crushed Du Yuntian like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was really a miracle. They all know to split off a strand of their divine sense. Not bad, all of them are quite smart, but a clown will always be a clown, Qin Feiyang mumbled and raised his head to look at the dragon princess. Princess Dragon's pupils shrank. A deep sense of fear emerged in her heart. "Before you entered hell, you should have also split your divine sense. Then I don't need to do anything. You can end it yourself," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Princess Dragon sighed deeply and directly self-destructed in the void. King Yu waved his hand and instantly suppressed the fluctuations of the self-destruction. Qin Feiyang also shut down the rising dragon technique and his cultivation fell to the initial 9th heaven realm. However, the effect of the heavenly dust divine pill had to wait for it to dissipate. In other words, when the time limit was up, the heavenly dust divine pill would lose its effect. Qin Feiyang could not take the initiative to disperse the effect of the heavenly dust divine pill. Are you okay? King Yu and the 10 commanders landed in front of Qin Feiyang and asked. Not now. But something big might happen later. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The after effects of Hua Yi after taking the heavenly dust divine pill were still vivid in his mind. Lying on the ground, unable to move, he was like a cripple. Since it's over, shall we go back? King Yu asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. King Yu waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang, returning to the ancient city. The 10 commanders followed closely behind. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, Senior King Yu, where is Fallen Valley? King Yu said, Fallen Valley is the most terrifying forbidden area in hell. Forbidden area? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Let me tell you this. Even I don't dare to enter Fallen Valley. King Yu shook his head. So scary. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It's also because no one can enter that we don't know what's in Fallen Valley. King Yu said. Is there a heaven-defying artifact? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. King Yu nodded. You haven't even entered. How do you know there are heaven-defying artifacts? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Although I've never entered the Valley of the Fallen, I've found a heaven-defying artifact outside of it. For example, the sunset godly bow was found outside Fallen Valley. Think about it. If there are heaven-defying artifacts outside Fallen Valley, how can there not be any inside? King Yu said. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. No wonder Princess Dragon said that Yi Zhong and the rest might have gone to Fallen Valley. Even my blood demon tribe can't enter, let alone them. King Yu smiled in disdain. We can't just leave them be, right? Qin Feiyang said. Don't think too much now. Stay in the ancient city and cultivate. As for Yi Zhong and the rest, I will send the 10 commanders to Fallen Valley to investigate. King Yu said. Then I'll feel bad for troubling you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brother Qin, you're treating us as outsiders. Besides, the dragons are our common enemy. We should do our part. Xuede and the rest looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Yes. I'm treating you as an outsider. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile on his face. In the eyes of others, the blood demon tribe was like a devil. However, in his eyes, they were a group of cute people. Time passed quickly. The effect of the heavenly dust divine pill finally disappeared. Qin Feiyang's body shook violently and he almost fell. What happened to you? King Yu and the 10 commanders looked at him with concern. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang shook his head and his cultivation returned to the half-step 9th heaven realm. However, when he moved his muscles and bones, he was surprised to find that he was only weak. He wasn't paralyzed like Hua Yi. What was going on? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang patted his head. This must have something to do with the dragon-shaped pill aura. The heavenly dust divine pill that Hua Yi took back then only had pill patterns and hadn't reached the level of a divine pill. But now, the heavenly dust divine pill that he took had 4 dragon-shaped pill auras. In short, the more dragon-shaped pill auras, the smaller the side effects. This was good news. At least after the effect of the heavenly dust divine pill disappeared, he wouldn't have to wait for death. Chapter 2632. After returning to the ancient King Yu city, Qin Feiyang entered the 2nd level to cultivate in seclusion. The 10 commanders immediately headed to the Fallen Valley. The ancient King Yu city calmed down. But in other places, there were killings everywhere. There were killings between the blood demon tribe and humans, there were killings between the beasts and humans, there were also killings between humans in order to snatch treasures. On a giant mountain. A young man in black stood on the mountain peak and looked down with bloodthirsty eyes. Below, more than a dozen figures were fighting with a group of beasts. There were men and women, old and young, and they were all at the transcendent god realm. But the beasts were also at the transcendent god realm. In the end, both sides suffered. Right at this moment, the young man in black moved. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. "Brother, we have used up our divine life pills. Help us." Half of the people were killed in the battle and the other half were lying on the ground. When they saw the young man in black appear, they quickly called for help. "Help you?" When the Cloud Mountain village was in trouble, besides Qin Feiyang, who else came to help us? The young man in black laughed sinisterly. "What? You are related to Qin Feiyang?" The group was shocked. "That's right. He is my benefactor." The young man in black laughed sinisterly and a gush of blood-red light emerged from his body. He was like a devil that appeared to be chilling. "What are you trying to do?" The group was puzzled. Except for Qin Feiyang, no matter if you are a human or a dragon, you all deserve to die. The young man in black laughed sinisterly and the blood-red light rushed toward the group of people like a tide. Ah! There were screams immediately. The blood and flesh of those people were swallowed by the blood-red light. In a short while, the group of people died on the spot and only their skeletons were left. Not only them, but the bodies of the few people and beasts who died were also swallowed by the blood-red light and only their skeletons were left. Awesome! Devouring the cultivation and flesh of living creatures to strengthen myself. Now, my cultivation has increased by a large margin. Soon, I will be able to break through to the Sir God realm. Ha, just you wait, dragons. I will make you pay the blood debt of Cloud Mountain Village 100 times, 1,000 times. The black-clothed young man smiled ferociously. Then, like a ghost, he disappeared into the forest ahead. Wherever it passed, the blood-red light swept in all directions. All war gods and ferocious beasts below war gods were turned into skeletons. The bloodthirsty glow emitted from the young man's eyes grew even more terrifying. Divine Land. Divine Dragon Island. Mother. A white-robed woman walked into a large hall and bowed to a blurry figure above her. The white-clothed woman was none other than Princess Dragons. However, it was formed by a strand of divine soul. The hazy figure was naturally Long Zun. "You died too." Long Zun frowned. "Your daughter is incompetent, please punish me, mother." Princess Dragons lowered her head and said. Long Zun asked, "Was it Qin Feiyang?" "Yes." Princess Dragons nodded. "This damned little bastard. Why is he still so arrogant even after coming to the Underworld King's hell?" Long Zun was furious. In just over 100 years, she had already lost 2 great ancestral dragons and her own daughter. In this situation, no one would be able to remain calm, let alone Long Zun. Princess Dragon sighed, with the Blood Demon clan protecting him, it's difficult to kill him. Blood Demon clan, Princess Dragons clenched her hands and said, no matter how powerful they are, they're just a group of livestock raised by your father. Father, since father is the ruler of the Underworld King's hell, then everything in the Underworld King's hell belongs to father. But why did father want us to go to the Underworld King's hell? He can just give us the heaven-defying artifacts of the Underworld King's hell. Princess Dragons frowned. Long Zun coldly snorted, he said that this is a test for us dragons. Test? Is this necessary? Sometimes I wonder if he's the dragon god of us dragons. Princess Dragons said. Sigh. You don't understand your father. As long as it's his decision, no one can make him change it. Long Zun shook her head and sighed. Princess Dragons asked, then mother, do you understand him? Long Zun pondered for a while and shook her head, to be honest, I don't know much about him. Your father is like duckweed, No one knows where he is, and no one knows what he's doing. What an irresponsible person. Princess Dragons coldly snorted. I'm already used to it. Long Zun shook her head and laughed at herself. Princess Dragons was silent for a while and said, Mother, there's one more thing. Wu Baichuan and Du Yuntian are both from the Dragon Slayer Palace, and they seem to be the young lords of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Wu Baichuan. Du Yuntian? Long Zun was stunned. The two of them sneaked into the Dragon God Palace in the east and west respectively. However, they both died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. But like us dragons, they split a wisp of their divine soul before entering the underworld king's hell. Princess Dragon said. Damn it. These people from the Dragon Slayer Palace are really lawless. They actually dared to let people sneak into the Dragon God Palace. I'll send people to the East and West Dragon God Palaces to kill them now. Dragons were furious. It's too late. Because they definitely won't leave their divine soul on Divine Dragon Island. Princess Dragons shook her head. Long Zun raised his eyebrows and suddenly looked stunned. You just said that it was Qin Feiyang who killed them? Yes. Princess Dragons nodded. That's not right. Aren't they all from the Dragon Slayer Palace? Long Zun was suspicious. I also thought about it, but I guess there's only one possibility. There's internal conflict in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Princess Dragon said. Hee hee, what a bunch of stupid humans. Long Zun laughed. Stupid indeed. Princess Dragons nodded. A disunited Dragon Slayer Palace wants to destroy them dragons. Isn't this a joke? Princess Dragons pondered for a while and said worriedly, Mother, Qin Feiyang has the protection of the blood demon race. I'm afraid that Yi Zhong and the rest will follow in our footsteps. This matter, Long Zun lowered his head and pondered. After a long time, he sighed, Daughter, to tell you the truth, I'm also very worried. Do you know? The ancient city of King Yu is a time array. What? Princess Dragons was startled. And this time array is 500 years per day. If what you said is true, that Qin Feiyang has a good relationship with the blood demon race, then King Yu might let Qin Feiyang enter the time array to cultivate 500 years per day. Do you know what this means? Hell has been open for 1,000 years. In this period of time, with Qin Feiyang's talent, he can definitely break through to the 9th heaven realm. Long Zun said. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let him grow like this? Princess Dragons asked. What else can we do? Long Zun sighed. I really hate this father of mine more and more now. Even hell has a time array that is 500 years per day, but our Divine Dragon Island only has a few dozen years per day. Why did father give all these good things to outsiders? Princess Dragon said angrily. Long Zun was silent. In fact, he had some complaints in his heart. Lass, do you really hate father that much? Suddenly, a laugh sounded out of thin air. Following closely, a blurry figure descended in the main hall. This person was about 1.8 meters tall. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and one couldn't sense any aura of cultivation. However, he stood there like the ruler of heaven and earth. There was an invisible majestic aura around him. Father? Princess Dragons was stunned. Long Zun also looked at the person in shock. What's wrong? This is my home. I'm back home. Is there a need for you to make such a fuss? Dragon God looked at the mother and daughter speechlessly. No, why are you back? Long Zun asked. Can't I come back? Dragon God said. That's not right. I usually can't find you. Why did you take the initiative to come back today? Long Zun frowned. He felt like he was dreaming. My daughter is being bullied. Can't I come and take a look? Dragon God laughed. You know that your daughter is being bullied? What were you doing earlier? Long Zun's resentment suddenly rose. I also have my difficulties. Dragon God was helpless. Princess Dragons asked suspiciously, "Father, you have difficulties?" In her heart, her father was omnipotent and the strongest person in the world. "Lass, this world isn't as simple as you think. Although your father is very strong, there are people stronger than me in this world. There are some things that I don't have the final say." Dragon God shook his head. "Stronger people?" Princess Dragons was shocked and asked, "Who is it?" "The real God of creation." Dragon God said. "God of creation?" Princess Dragons was even more confused. "There are some things that I can't tell you. You just need to know that there are people stronger than you. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me help you reconstruct your body and divine soul first." Dragon God said. With a wave of his hand, a divine light swept into Princess Dragon's body. In just an instant, Princess Dragon's body and divine soul were successfully reconstructed. This kind of heaven-defying ability shocked even Princess Dragons herself. Dragon God asked with a smile, "Are you interested in going to hell again?" "Again?" Princess Dragons was stunned. "Have you forgotten? Father is the ruler of hell. I can go in whenever I want." Dragon God said domineeringly. "Go, go, go." Princess Dragons nodded repeatedly. She must find Qin Feiyang to settle the score. This was not the first time. Back in the northern region and Dongling, she was repeatedly teased by Qin Feiyang. If she didn't get back her face, what kind of Princess Dragons was she? "Then let's go." Dragon God smiled, waved his hand, and disappeared without a trace with Princess Dragons. Wait, before Dragon Sovereign could react, they were gone. The resentment in her heart deepened. It wasn't easy to come back, but he didn't even say a word of concern. What kind of husband and wife are they? At the same time. In a certain place. Qin Badian was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. As if sensing something, he looked in the direction of Divine Dragon Island. "Feiyang, all hope is on you, you must come back alive." A moment later. Qin Badian retracted his gaze, looked up at the sky, and muttered. Chapter 2633. Ancient City of King Yuang. Without the white-eyed wolf causing trouble, the blood demon race felt much more relaxed. They were also quite impressed with Qin Feiyang. Even such a lawless person could be tamed into obedience. As for the evil force that was absorbed by the white-eyed wolf and the lunatic, it was also slowly recovering. Late at night. The evil moon rose. The quiet ancient city of King Yuang was shrouded in the color of blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures descended above the ancient city of King Yuang. "Father, Qin Feiyang is definitely still here." "That's right. These two people were the Dragon God and Princess Dragons. Don't worry. He dares to bully my daughter. I will definitely not let him have a good time." The Dragon God smiled. Princess Dragons giggled and looked down at the ancient city of King Yuang. She shouted, "Qin Feiyang, come out and die." This shout directly broke the silence of the ancient city of King Yuang. This voice, on the first floor of the hall. King Yuang, who was sitting on the stone chair and resting with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. On the second floor of the hall. Qin Feiyang, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf also opened their eyes in shock. Princess Dragon's voice. Was it an illusion? What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant during the day? Are you hiding inside and not daring to come out? Princess Dragon's voice could be heard again. It's not an illusion. Qin Feiyang's body and mind were greatly shocked. Little Qin Zi, what's going on? Didn't you say that she had already self-destructed in the Dragon Mountains? The white-eyed wolf asked. How would I know? Qin Feiyang stared at it. During the day, he indeed saw Princess Dragon self-destructing. Why was she in hell now? Moreover, she came to the ancient city of King Yuang openly. She even came at night. Didn't she know that the blood demon race was more terrifying at night than during the day? What was going on? Whoosh! A figure appeared opposite Qin Feiyang. It was Ghost King. King Yu said solemnly, Brother Qin, did you hear that? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Why is this happening? The Yu King frowned. A person who had self-detonated would actually appear in the hell of the King of Hell. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, and said, all of you stay here. Do not release your auras. Senior Yu King and I will go out and take a look. All right. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf nodded. They also knew that once their whereabouts were exposed, it would affect Qin Feiyang greatly. Go. Qin Feiyang looked at the Yu King and said. The Ghost King waved his hand, and the two of them immediately appeared in the air above the palace. They looked up. Immediately. Their gazes locked onto the dragon god. The other blood demons in the ancient city also ran out and looked at the dragon god suspiciously. Qin Feiyang, I'm here to settle accounts with you. Princess Dragon stared at Qin Feiyang and said resentfully. But Qin Feiyang acted as if he didn't hear anything and sized up the dragon god. He couldn't see his face clearly and couldn't sense his aura, but he was with Princess Dragon's, and looking at Princess Dragon's posture, she was full of confidence. Could it be, suddenly? A terrifying thought arose in Qin Feiyang's mind. You're the dragon god. Qin Feiyang said. Dragon god. The Yu King's gaze trembled. The dragon god didn't answer, and he seemed to be sizing up Qin Feiyang as well. Is he really the dragon god? The Yu King transmitted his voice. Princess Dragons will appear in the hell of the King of Hell again. And did you notice? Her physical body has been reconstructed. I think only the dragon god can do this. The most important thing is, they actually dared to come to the Yu King's ancient city at night. What does this mean? It means that they're not afraid of the blood demon race's transformation at all. To be so fearless, who else could it be other than the dragon god? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Hearing Qin Feiyang's analysis, the Yu King's heart suddenly tensed up. Qin Feiyang looked up at the dragon god and sneered, Are you here to avenge your daughter? The dragon god still didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Dragons, shook his head, and said, It seems that you're only capable of this. What did you say? Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows. If you're really capable, you should come to me openly and not drag your father here. Do you know what you're doing? Relying on someone else's might. Qin Feiyang had a look of disdain. Shut up. You're about to die and you still dare to be arrogant. Princess Dragons was enraged. Arrogant? I don't dare to compare myself with you, the Princess Dragons. Qin Feiyang sneered. You, Princess Dragons was furious to the extreme. You're not convinced? It just so happens that you're also at the half-step 9 heavens realm. Why don't we have a fair fight? If I lose to you, you can do whatever you want with me. Qin Feiyang said. Do you think I'm stupid? Just like what you said to Du Yuntian, why should I waste my time with you? Princess Dragon sneered. That's true. You're only capable of this much. If not for the fact that you're the daughter of the Dragon Sovereign and the Dragon God, I would have killed you in the North region. You should be glad that you were born into a good family. Qin Feiyang said. Princess Dragons clenched her fists tightly as if she was greatly threatened. Her eyes were a little red. Humiliating my daughter in front of me, is it appropriate for you to do this? The Dragon God finally spoke. This voice, Qin Feiyang's body trembled as he stared at the Dragon God, killing intent surging in his eyes. The Dragon God sighed again. I know you're not afraid of anything, but at least give me some face. It's you. You bastard. Return the lives of Big Cousin and the inner demons. Qin Feiyang suddenly roared, his hair standing on end. He raised his fist and charged toward the Dragon God. Brother Qin, don't. King Yu's expression changed. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang seemed to have been possessed. He only had the dragon god in his eyes, and his killing intent was monstrous. At the same time, the dragon god did not have any intention of dodging. Qin Feiyang punched the dragon god's chest with all his might, but the dragon god did not even move. Bastard! I must kill you! Qin Feiyang roared as his divine power surged out and bombarded the dragon god's body. However, no matter how hard he tried, no matter what method he used, he could not cause any harm to the dragon god. The dragon god was also like Mount Tai, not retreating a single step. What's going on? At this moment, not only King Yu and the blood demons, but even Princess Dragons was confused. Why did Qin Feiyang seem to have changed into a different person when he heard his father's voice? Also, why didn't his father fight back? Could it be that they knew each other before? After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feiyang lay in the void, panting like a cow, but the dragon god was still unscathed. Have you had enough? The dragon god spoke. Qin Feiyang panted as he looked up at the dragon god and said, what did they do wrong? Why did you kill them? That's right. The person standing in front of him was Ice Dragon. Although Ice Dragon had transformed into his human form, his voice did not change. Qin Feiyang could recognize him immediately. Can you blame me for this? Ice Dragon was helpless. If I don't blame you, then blame me. Qin Feiyang roared. It's really your fault. Ice Dragon said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ice Dragon said, do you still remember the elixir I asked Fire Python to send you? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Of course he remembered this elixir. If not for this elixir, he would have died long ago. Then do you know why I gave you this elixir? Ice Dragon asked. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then I will tell you now. This elixir was exchanged with the lives of the inner demons and Lu Jiejin. Ice Dragon said. What? Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. In other words, they used their own lives in exchange for yours. Ice Dragon said. So it was me who killed them, Qin Feiyang murmured. Yes. It was you who killed them. But I also admire them. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to save you. But it was also very stupid. Exchanging 2 lives for 1, this is simply a losing trade. Ice Dragon shook his head. Shut up. How can a beast like you understand the feelings between family members? If it were them, I would also exchange my life for theirs. Qin Feiyang roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Princess Dragons shouted, you bastard, how dare you scold father? Hee hee, haha, Qin Feiyang couldn't stop laughing when he heard this. It was as if he had gone crazy. Suddenly, he arrived in front of the dragon princess in a single step and grabbed her by the neck. Those blood-red eyes were like a devil's. Even if the dragon god was next to her, Princess Dragons couldn't help but feel fear. What do you know? What do you know? You think your father is a good person? Ha, don't joke around. Back then at Miracle, we didn't provoke him, nor did we offend him, but he suddenly ran out to bite us like a mad dog. Unfortunately, with his strength, he can't kill me at all. How is it? Are you shocked? Even your father can't kill me? Qin Feiyang looked up to the sky and laughed like a madman. The big hand that was holding Princess Dragons also unconsciously tightened. Woo, Princess Dragons struggled frantically. In the past, I didn't really hate you dragons. It was only because you wanted to deprive me of my bloodline power that I had no choice but to fight back. But now, listen to me carefully. If I don't eliminate you dragons, I, Qin Feiyang, swear that I'm not a human. Qin Feiyang let out a fierce roar as he exerted force with his 5 fingers. With a cracking sound, the dragon princess's neck immediately shattered. Following that, Qin Feiyang punched Princess Dragon's head again. You really don't put this emperor in your eyes. Ice Dragon snorted coldly, took a step forward, and slapped Qin Feiyang's back with his palm. Puff! Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body smashed into the ancient city below like a meteorite. Brother Qin. The surrounding blood demons swarmed over, their faces full of concern. Qin Feiyang struggled to get up. Although it was only the power of one palm, the 5 internal organs in his body had already been shattered. Ice Dragon looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and waved his hand. A divine light entered Princess Dragon's body, and her injuries instantly healed. Father, kill him, kill him. Princess Dragons roared, her eyes full of resentment. In that moment, she clearly felt that Qin Feiyang didn't show any mercy. If it weren't for her father's timely action, she would have been destroyed. Chapter 2634. Don't worry, I won't let him have an easy time. Ice Dragon comforted the princess and looked down at Qin Feiyang, saying, You said that I can't kill you, right? Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered, If you can kill me, would I be alive now? All right. I'll kill you now. The figure of the ice dragon shuddered as a tremendous aura burst out from it. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang was enveloped by the pressure, unable to move his body. He didn't even have the strength to speak. The surrounding blood demons were also motionless as if they were frozen. Their faces were filled with terror. Isn't it easy to kill you? Ice Dragon shouted. The pressure continued to rise. Qin Feiyang immediately felt as if his body was being squeezed by several invisible mountains, and blood was spurting out from all the pores on his body. His body was in incomparable pain, and even his bones were breaking. However, Qin Feiyang didn't even frown, maintaining his previous posture, looking coldly at Ice Dragon. What should I do? King Yu was anxious. He really wanted to help Qin Feiyang, but facing the dragon god, he didn't have the slightest bit of courage. The powerful and mysterious dragon god was like an unattainable mountain that he could only look up to. But suddenly, Ice Dragon withdrew his pressure and said indifferently, If you're willing to kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can consider sparing your life. Brother Qin, compromise with him. Where there's life, there's hope. King Yu transmitted his voice. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, looking at Ice Dragon and sneered, Are you worthy of making me kneel down and beg for mercy? King Yu was stunned, laughing bitterly in his heart. Why was he so stubborn? After so many years, your character really hasn't changed at all. However, people like you are destined not to live long. Ice Dragon also laughed, then shook his head regretfully. A beast like you, even if you live long, will suffer retribution in the end. Qin Feiyang said. Retribution? Ice Dragon's body stiffened. This guy really had an unforgiving mouth. Boom. The pressure increased once again. Do you think I'll just sit and wait for my death? Qin Feiyang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous murderous intent exploded. This is kill character formula. Princess Dragons was shocked. Kill character formula. The Ghost King was bewildered. The surrounding blood demons also stared at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. What was the kill formula? Even the Princess of the Dragons was shocked. I'd like to see just how powerful the power of law in the Nether King's hell is. Qin Feiyang let out a roar. Accompanied by a loud clanging sound, the blood-red long sword flew across the sky. Boom! Firmament. Suddenly, the power of the rules descended. Qin Feiyang looked up at the rule force and roared, Kill me if you can. Clang! He gripped his blood-colored sword and charged madly at the power of laws. Brother Qin, King Yu wanted to dissuade him. However, he was shocked by the courage Qin Feiyang displayed at this moment. He even dared to provoke the rule force. How much courage did he need? If you can't kill me, then you can wait to be destroyed by me. And you? Qin Feiyang spoke again. After saying that, he looked at Ice Dragon with a murderous look and rushed toward the rule force like a moth darting into a flame. Seeing this, Ice Dragon couldn't help but disperse his pressure. After the imprisoned blood demons below regained their freedom, they immediately fled out of the city. King Yu did the same. Although he wanted to help, the powerlessness and fear in his heart made him not dare to do anything. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the rule force descended and the terrifying aura shattered millions of miles of sky. However, Qin Feiyang didn't shrink back at all and slashed with his blood-colored long sword. Boundless blood-colored light dyed the world red. Crack! However, in just an instant, the blood-colored long sword directly shattered. The destructive waves emitted by the rule force enveloped Qin Feiyang. In an instant, his body was covered in cuts and bruises, dripping with blood. Dragon God, let him go. He is just an insensible child. You are high and mighty. Is there a need to be calculative with him? King Yu couldn't help but kneel in the void and beg Ice Dragon. However, Ice Dragon turned a blind eye to him. Lord Dragon God, we are all begging you. Please spare his life. The other blood demons also knelt in the void and begged. What are you doing? He kept you in captivity like livestock in Hades' hell and you are still begging him. Don't give up the dignity of your blood demon race for me. Qin Feiyang roared. However, King Yu and the other blood demons didn't seem to hear him and looked at Ice Dragon pleadingly. Blood demon race, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but tear up when he saw this scene. Based on the blood demon's friendship, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. One day, he, Qin Feiyang, would definitely liberate the blood demons and return them their freedom. If I don't come out now, when will I? Qin Feiyang roared at the sky. Rumble. Clang. Immediately, a wave of fire rolled out of his body. Waves of shocking power immediately surged between heaven and earth. In the next moment, a palm-sized fire lotus appeared above Qin Feiyang's head. It appeared again. Ice Dragon muttered. Father, what do you mean by that? Princess Dragons was puzzled. Ice Dragon didn't answer. He stared at the fire lotus. That was right. This was Qin Feiyang's other great battle soul. Nine-leaf fire lotus. Crack. As soon as the nine-leaf fire lotus appeared, the 9 fire lotus leaves automatically fell off and turned into 9 shields. They surrounded Qin Feiyang and condensed into a fiery red barrier. Boom! The power of the rules carried with it an apocalyptic aura and blasted on the barrier. Under the incredulous gazes of the Ghost King and the blood demons, the barrier formed by the 9 fire lotus leaves actually blocked the attack of the power of the rules. How is this possible? Princess Dragon's eyes widened in anger. One had to know. The power of the rules of the Nether King's hell could even kill an imperishable stage powerhouse. However, it was actually blocked by Qin Feiyang's battle soul. Was this a dream? She rubbed her eyes hard and looked again. It wasn't a dream. Everything that had happened was real. What kind of battle soul was this? It was actually so powerful. Wait. Her mother seemed to have mentioned before that when Qin Feiyang barged into the inner sea, there seemed to be 2 great battle souls that helped Qin Feiyang block the attack of the sovereign divine weapon. Could this 9-leaf fire lotus be one of the 2 great battle souls? What kind of monster was this person? Not only did he have a heaven-defying divine technique, but he also had such a terrifying battle soul. Boom! The power of the rules seemed to have sensed Qin Feiyang's provocation. In an instant, 10 waves of power of the rules descended and blasted toward the 9 fire lotus leaves aggressively. This was a scene of apocalypse. If these 10 waves of power of the rules descended, even the ancient city of the Nether King wouldn't be able to protect itself. Qin Feiyang soared into the sky and took the initiative to meet him. The 9 fire lotus leaves kept spinning around Qin Feiyang. Waves of fire surged and covered the sky. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was as dazzling as the sun. Boom! 10 waves of power of the rules blasted toward him. Destructive waves swept out in all directions. The void collapsed crazily. However, Qin Feiyang was unharmed. Amazing. Powerful. The Nether King mumbled. He finally understood why the dragons were so afraid of this person. Who wouldn't be afraid of such heaven-defying means? That was right. This human was the hope of the Blood Demon tribe. Indeed, he's very powerful. However, do you really think that you can protect him? Today, I'd like to see how you're going to stop me. Ice Dragon looked at the 9-leaf fire lotus, and a bone-piercing cold current spread out. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules descended from the sky. It wasn't 10 waves, but 100 waves. There were tens of thousands of them, densely packed together. Lord Nether King. Put away the ancient city of the Nether King. A blood demon shouted. The Nether King shuddered and hurriedly waved his hand. The ancient city of the Nether King immediately rose from the ground and shrunk rapidly before entering the Nether King's body. Retreat. Soon after, the Nether King gave another order, and all the blood demons immediately fled into the distance. Ice Dragon, do you want to die? However, they didn't know that at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang in Ice Dragon's mind. It carried a great sense of majesty. You, Ice Dragon was shocked. Clang. In the next instant, a wave of sword chi surged out of Qin Feiyang's body. It was a crimson battle sword. That was right. This was the Crimson Sword Soul. As soon as the Sword Soul appeared, its innate ability was activated automatically. A flaming beast shadow roared as it appeared. As the flaming beast shadow appeared, heaven and earth were shrouded in a monstrous and ferocious aura. Ice Dragon's pupils constricted. There seemed to be a hint of fear in his eyes. However, nobody saw this. This was because his entire body was shrouded in a layer of mist. If someone saw this, especially the princess of the dragons, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The dragon god, who stood at the peak of this world, actually had an existence that he was afraid of. Roar. Clang. The beast's soul roared furiously. The sword's soul roared. Its sharpness, ferocious aura, and overwhelming power blasted toward the power of the rules above. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion immediately erupted in the area. All the power of the rules were instantly annihilated. Even the sky was pierced by the sharpness of the sword's soul and the ferocious aura of the beast's soul. This scene was as if the sky had collapsed. It was shocking. Impossible, the princess of the dragons shook her head vigorously. How could a half-step to the 9th heaven realm fighting soul be so powerful? Was this still a fighting soul? Was there such a terrifying fighting soul in this world? Even the 10 great fighting souls, such as the Eye of Reincarnation and the Eye of Destiny, could not be compared to this. It really destroyed the power of the rules. In the distance, King Yu and the countless blood demons were extremely excited when they saw this scene. Previously, Qin Feiyang looked at the power of the rules and said, "If you can't kill me, I will destroy you." They thought that this was just a joke made by Qin Feiyang in a fit of anger. However, they did not expect him to really do it. This was Qin Feiyang. This was the human that the dragons were trying to get rid of. He was indeed amazing. Get lost at once. After the power of the rules was annihilated, the domineering voice rang in Ice Dragon's mind again. You shouldn't have appeared and broken the balance. You shouldn't have interfered in Qin Feiyang's life and death. After all, this is his own path. Ice Dragon snorted coldly. Father, who are you talking to? The princess of the dragons was puzzled. However, Ice Dragon did not seem to have heard her. His gaze was fixed on the 9-leaf fire lotus, the sword soul, and the beast soul. The King Yu and the blood demons were also puzzled. Why did he suddenly say this? Could it be those two fighting souls? How was that possible? Chapter 2635. Qin Feiyang himself was also looking at the Ice Dragon and the two war souls suspiciously. He was sure that Ice Dragon was saying this to the two war spirits. After all, there was no one else here. But everyone knew that war spirits had no self-consciousness. Since they had no consciousness, how could they communicate with others? Break the balance and interfere with him? Did you not break the balance and interfere with him? I want to know who gave you the order to act so recklessly. Creation God. That majestic voice rang in Ice Dragon's mind again. Ice Dragon was silent. What? Nothing to say. Your strength is considered top-notch. Your job is to maintain the order of this world, not to bully others. I hope there won't be a next time, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. That majestic voice snorted and did not speak again. Hearing this, Ice Dragon's face turned ugly. He really did not give him any face. Fortunately, his daughter did not hear it, otherwise, the great image in his daughter's heart would definitely fall in an instant. Father? Princess Dragons shouted, her eyes full of doubts. Ice Dragon came back to his senses and looked at her suspiciously. Are you okay? Princess Dragons asked with concern. What can happen to me? Ice Dragon smiled proudly and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying lightly, forget it, I will be magnanimous and forgive you this time. What? Princess Dragons looked at Ice Dragon in shock. Didn't he want to help her teach Qin Feiyang a lesson? How come in the blink of an eye, nothing happened? At the same time, Qin Feiyang did not have the slightest bit of gratitude. Because he knew that Ice Dragon let him go not because of mercy, but because he was afraid of the two war spirits. Not only was he not grateful, but his killing intent was even stronger than before. I said before, after destroying the rule force, I will destroy you. Don't even think about leaving. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the sword spirit and beast spirit immediately shattered the void and charged towards Ice Dragon. Destroy me? You have to have the ability to do so. Take care of yourself. The Ice Dragon snorted coldly and disappeared with the Dragon Princess. He left just like that. The Ghost King and the Blood Demon race were stunned in the void and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Why are you running? If you have the guts, come back and fight me to the death. Qin Feiyang roared. However, the Ice Dragon did not respond, nor did it appear again. Damn it! I should be the one telling you to take care of yourself. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will defeat you fair and square with my own abilities. Qin Feiyang looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes shining with incomparable determination. He would not give up on himself. Because this life was exchanged with the lives of Big Cousin and the inner demons. He did not have the right to give up on himself. The only thing he had to do was to work hard and step onto the peak of this world. He had to live up to the expectations of his cousin and the inner demons. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the two battle souls, bowed, and said, thank you. The two battle souls didn't say a word and directly disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky. The rule force didn't descend again. Was this a form of tacit agreement? Tacit agreement that he could continue to stay in hell. It seemed that the rule force also had things that it was afraid of. Brother Qin, are you okay? The Ghost King flew over and looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's good that you're fine. You really scared me just now. I thought you were going to be erased by the rule force. The Ghost King let out a long breath. I've said before that the Ice Dragon can't kill me. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Qin Feiyang sneered. The Ghost King looked at the anger on Qin Feiyang's face and asked, do you have any hatred with him? The hatred is as deep as the sea. Qin Feiyang said. The Ghost King's heart trembled, and he asked again, then you weren't joking when you said that you wanted to eliminate the dragons, right? Of course not. And not only the dragons, but also the Ice Dragon. Senior Ghost King, believe me, I will definitely kill the Ice Dragon and return freedom to your Blood Demon race. Qin Feiyang said. I believe you. The Ghost King nodded repeatedly. However, there was a trace of worry on his face. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I'm worried. The dragon god can't do anything to you, but it's easy for him to kill our blood demon race. The Ghost King sighed. Qin Feiyang frowned. Are you afraid that he will take revenge on your blood demon race? Yes. After all, this time, the blood demon race and I are pleading for you. I believe that you will definitely defeat him sooner or later, but I'm afraid that the blood demon race might not be able to wait until that day. The Ghost King shook his head. Looking at the worried blood demon race around him, he could not help but feel sad. That won't happen. Believe me, you will definitely be able to wait until that day comes. I will also come personally to bring all of you to the outside world. At that time, we will drink and chat merrily. We will fight side by side. We will face the unknown together. Qin Feiyang said. The Ghost King looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Then, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha! Alright, I will wait for that day to come. Seeing this, the blood demon race around them were also overjoyed. Everyone, listen up. From now on, Qin Feiyang is a friend of our blood demon race. No. He is a family member of our blood demon race. In the future, no matter who it is, if you meet Qin Feiyang, you must do your best to help him, even if it means risking your life. The Ghost King looked at the blood demon race around him and shouted. Yes. All the blood demons answered in unison. Their voices were like a bell that pierced through the clouds. Deep in a mountain, Ice Dragon stood against the wind. The Princess Dragon stood silently at the side. There was an image in the void in front of the two of them. The image displayed the scene of the Ghost King ancient city. The Ice Dragon asked, Daughter, do you have any thoughts after seeing this scene? No. The Princess Dragon snorted coldly. She looked away and looked at the Ice Dragon. She was quite dissatisfied with the Ice Dragon. The Ice Dragon smiled bitterly and sighed. This is friendship. If your mother treated humans like how Qin Feiyang treated the blood demon race, how would things end up like this now? You still blame your mother? The Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows. I'm not blaming her. I'm just disappointed. If you want to gain the respect of others, you have to respect others first. Don't you understand such a simple logic? The Ice Dragon sighed. Humph. Don't you understand the character of humans? Selfish and greedy. If our dragon clan takes a step back, they will definitely think that our dragon clan is afraid of them and push their luck. The Princess Dragon said in disgust. You can't generalize. Not all humans are like this. There are still a lot of people like Qin Feiyang who are loyal and affectionate. This is also the reason why I didn't allow your mother to slaughter humans. The Ice Dragon shook his head. I beg to differ. The Princess Dragon snorted coldly. Sigh. The Ice Dragon shook his head and sighed. He didn't say anything else and smiled. Let's go back to the Divine Dragon Island. Go back now. What about Qin Feiyang? Are we just going to let him go like this? The Princess Dragons frowned. Since you hate Qin Feiyang so much, then work hard in your cultivation. In the future, use your true abilities to defeat him personally. The Ice Dragon said. The Princess Dragons fell silent upon hearing this. Why? You don't have confidence in yourself? The Ice Dragon asked. The ancient King Yu City has a 500-year time array. No matter how hard I work, it's impossible for me to surpass him. As for you, you obviously have this ability but you don't make a move. I really don't know what you're trying to do. The Princess Dragons was dissatisfied. Lass. Earlier on the Divine Dragon Island, I've already told you that some things aren't as simple as what you see. You've seen Qin Feiyang's 2 battle souls with your own eyes. He's not an ordinary person at all. It's not that easy to kill him. The Ice Dragon shook his head. Not an ordinary person. Then, who exactly is he? The Princess Dragons was bewildered. I can't say. In any case, I definitely can't make a move. If I were to forcefully make a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if you were to rely on your own abilities to kill him, no one would question you. As for the time array, do you think it's a problem for your father? The Ice Dragon smiled. The Princess Dragons was stunned. She then said in surprise, Father, you mean? The Ice Dragon didn't reply. He merely smiled and swept up the Princess Dragons before disappearing without a trace. The scene in the void dissipated as well. During this period, King Yu had already taken out the ancient city of King Yu and was still sitting in its original position. Although the Ice Dragon came and left quickly, he had already left an indelible shadow in the hearts of the blood demons. Although the crisis had been resolved, the atmosphere in the entire ancient city of King Yu seemed a little heavy. In the palace, King Yu asked, Brother Qin, do you think I should summon Shweta and the rest back? Summon them back for what? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. King Yu sighed. I'm worried that the dragon god will kill them. He won't. Qin Feiyang shook his head. How do you know? King Yu was doubtful. If you were the dragon god, would you attack the blood demons? Definitely not. Because in the eyes of the dragon god, the blood demons are, at this point, Qin Feiyang didn't continue. King Yu asked, are you trying to say that in the eyes of the dragon god, we're just a bunch of animals? This, Qin Feiyang hesitated, an apologetic look on his face. King Yu shook his head. You don't have to avoid it. This is the truth. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. All right. Let Shweta and the rest continue to head to Fallen Valley. At most, we'll die. King Yu said. Qin Feiyang was silent. After a long while, he looked up at King Yu and said, Senior King Yu, I have a presumptuous request. Go ahead. King Yu said. Qin Feiyang said, help me collect the blood of all the blood demons. Collect blood? King Yu was stunned. Yes. But not too much. 1 drop per person will do. Qin Feiyang said. Why? King Yu was doubtful. If the dragon god really massacred the blood demons, this blood will play a crucial role. I won't reveal the details first. If it really comes to that, you'll understand when the time comes. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Then I won't ask further. King Yu nodded and asked, is it all the clansmen? Yes. Not only the clansmen of Hell, but also the clansmen of other ancient cities. Qin Feiyang nodded. This is a huge project. I'm afraid it will take at least 400 to 500 years. King Yu said. It's okay. Anyway, I'll continue to stay in the ancient city. Qin Feiyang said. All right, I'll make the arrangements now. You can go to the 2nd level to cultivate first. With that, King Yu sent Qin Feiyang to the 2nd level and then left the palace to make the arrangements. In the end, almost all the Peak 9 Heavens realm cultivators in the ancient city left to collect blood from the various ancient cities. Chapter 2636. The 2nd floor. As soon as he saw Qin Feiyang come in, the white-eyed wolf immediately shouted, Little Qin Zi, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was a little confused. Still playing dumb? Then tell me, why did you ask King Yu to collect the blood of the blood demon race? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. The madman said suspiciously, Qin Feiyang is collecting the blood, it must be to open the slaughter domain. Why are you so agitated? You don't know anything, who are you to interrupt? Shut up. The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely. The madman was stunned. Could it be that there was another secret behind this? Qin Feiyang also finally understood what the white-eyed wolf meant. He shook his head and said with a smile, I'm just taking precautions. Just in case. It seems that the lesson last time wasn't enough. If it weren't for the inner demons and Lu Jiajin sacrificing themselves in exchange for the divine pill, would you still have the chance to stand here and talk to us? Let me tell you, I won't object to anything, except for this matter. The white-eyed wolf said solemnly. I know. Unless I have no other choice, I won't open the gate of rebirth. Qin Feiyang said. Gate of rebirth? The madman was stunned. Why did it sound familiar? The white-eyed wolf shouted, even if you have no other choice, you are not allowed to open it, because no one will save you a second time. What about you? If I really open the gate of rebirth again, will you sacrifice yourself to save me? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Am I very close to you? Dream on. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled. This was a typical example of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If such a thing really happened, the white-eyed wolf would definitely sacrifice himself to save him without hesitation. However, even if the white-eyed wolf really did that, he would not allow it. Because he didn't want to experience the pain of losing a loved one again. He would rather die than let the people around him die for him. All right. I promise not to open the gate of rebirth. Qin Feiyang smiled. Really? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf said, then tell the Ghost King to stop collecting blood right now. Is it necessary to be like this? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Nonsense. Only by doing this can I sever your thoughts. The white-eyed wolf said. All right. There are benefits to keeping this blood. If I ever run into a crisis in the future, I can use it to deal with the emergency and activate the slaughter domain. Qin Feiyang smiled. Do you think I'm stupid? The blood of the blood demons contains evil power. Can you absorb it? The white-eyed wolf sneered. It's not that I think you're stupid, but you're really stupid. Evil power can be refined too. Besides, the one who is really absorbing the blood is the blood-colored longsword, not me. Qin Feiyang was speechless. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and scratched his head. That seemed to be the case. Think about it, there are so many blood demons, and their cultivation isn't weak. If each of them gets one drop, it's definitely enough for me to activate the second stage. It's such a big bargain, it's a waste not to take it, right? Qin Feiyang smiled. I can't be bothered with you. The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang and ran to the corner in a fit of anger. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Madman glanced at the white-eyed wolf and then looked at Qin Feiyang. The gate of rebirth you guys are talking about, is it the fourth style of the dragon god technique? You know about it too. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Just now, I thought about it carefully. I once heard your ancestor mention it, but I don't know the details. Madman said. This matter, go ask the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang smiled and sat cross-legged, taking out a soul stone to cultivate. Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and ran to the white-eyed wolf's side, saying, Brother Wolf, tell me. He doesn't even care, what is there for me to say? If I say too much, he will think that I am meddling in other people's business. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Yes. You must have good intentions. But it's not like you don't know Qin Feiyang, he has a sense of propriety. Madman said. His sense of propriety? Do you know why Lu Jiajin and the inner demons would risk their lives to save him? It's because he activated the gate of rebirth. The white-eyed wolf said. Tell me. Madman squatted at the side, his face full of curiosity. It's like this, the white-eyed wolf sighed and told the whole thing from beginning to end. So that's how it is. Madman finally understood. No wonder the white-eyed wolf was so angry. It turned out that opening the gate of rebirth was such a big risk. The white-eyed wolf said, Now you tell me, how can I not be angry? You should be angry. But have you ever thought about why so many people, so many beasts, would follow Qin Feiyang so loyally? Isn't it because he values friendship and loyalty? Is he someone worth following and serving? There are two sides to everything. We can't just look at one side. Of course, I can understand your feelings. You don't want to lose him. But sometimes, we have to make a choice, even if we know that we will die. Madman persuaded. Are you kidding me? I told you so much because I want you to persuade him, not because I want you to persuade me. What's the situation? The white-eyed wolf stared at him angrily. I don't like what you said. I'm just stating facts. Of course. When the time comes, I will persuade him. Madman said. When the time comes, it will be too late. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Enough. Instead of thinking so much, it's better to cultivate. When your cultivation is strong enough, you can directly kill the ice dragon and everything will be fine. Madman patted the white-eyed wolf's head and said. Take your dog's paw away. The white-eyed wolf slapped Madman's hand away, but in his heart, he agreed with Madman's words. Right. As long as he killed the ice dragon, everything he was worried about would not happen. That's right. Cultivate quickly. Cultivate immediately. Madman also sat on the ground and took out soul stones, preparing to cultivate. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Senior Brother Madman, after breaking through to the 9 Heavens realm, how many soul stones do I need to refine for each realm? Madman was startled and asked, You didn't ask before. Qin Feiyang said, Before, there was Hui Yi and the others. Do I need to ask? You, Madman shook his head and said, After breaking through to the 9 Heavens realm, the number of soul stones needed to refine has doubled. Half-step 9 Heavens realm to initial 9 Heavens realm requires 100 billion. Initial 9 Heavens stage and initial 9 Heavens stage require 200 billion. Initial 9 Heavens realm to Great 9 Heavens realm requires 400 billion. Great 9 Heavens realm to Great 9 Heavens realm requires 800 billion. Perfection 9 Heavens realm to Great 9 Heavens realm requires 1.6 billion. As for Great 9 Heavens realm to half-step imperishable realm, according to the old man, if you use soul stones, it will require at least 10 trillion. Madman said. The old man Madman mentioned was naturally the Grand Elder of 9 Heavens Palace. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. 100 billion. 200 billion. 400 billion. 800 billion. 1.6 billion. Compared to the Paragon God realm, this was a huge change. Because the Paragon God realm required 20 billion, 40 billion, 60 billion. In other words, it was only 20 billion. And now, it was one round after another. The 9 Heavens realm was okay, it required the most perfection 9 Heavens realm, which was 1.6 billion. But breaking through to half-step imperishable realm required at least 10 trillion? How long would it take? No wonder there were so many people in this world who were stuck at the perfection 9 Heavens realm. Even if there were enough soul stones, it would take an extremely long time to refine them. Don't worry about the future, take the chance now and break through to the perfection 9 Heavens realm. Madman said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. A time array that took 500 years in a day was a rare opportunity. Soon. A day passed on the second level. Qin Feiyang calculated carefully that he could now refine 3,000 soul stones a day, which was a lot better than before. To refine 3,000 soul stones a day, it would take at least 90,000 years to refine 100 billion soul stones. If he calculated according to the time rules of the second level, 500 years in a day, 10 days, 5,000 years, 100 days, 50,000 years, then wouldn't 200 days be 100,000 years? In other words, on the second level, he only needed less than 200 days to break through to the initial 9 Heavens realm. It would only take a little more than half a year. This was not right. Why was it even faster than the last time in Mysterious Heaven Ancient City? Last time in Mysterious Heaven Ancient City, it took him a year to break through from great perfection to perfection. Look at my brain. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang slapped his head hard. The time array in Mysterious Heaven Ancient City was 200 years in a day, but the time array here was 500 years in a day. Naturally, they were not on the same level. Awesome! Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He immediately took out a large number of soul stones and began to refine them crazily. Frenzy and Qin Feiyang's situation was similar, but the white-eyed wolf was definitely one step faster than them. After all, before entering hell, the white-eyed wolf had already broken through to the half-step 9 heavens realm. Moreover, before Qin Feiyang came to Qingyu Ancient City, the white-eyed wolf had already been cultivating here for more than a year. Although he only absorbed the evil force, his cultivation had also improved a lot. Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf were cultivating desperately on the second level. Outside, the blood demon race had also slowly calmed down, but the shadow left behind by the dragon god was definitely hard to erase. Have you guys heard? Qin Feiyang actually got together with the blood demon race. What? Who said that? It seems that someone lurked near Mysterious Heaven Ancient City and saw it with his own eyes. Impossible. Who doesn't know that the blood demon race is crazily chasing after us humans? Qin Feiyang is also a human, how could he get together with the blood demon race? It's definitely a rumor. I hope it's a rumor. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Feiyang be lawless with the support of the blood demon race? Yeah. He has always been a ruthless person. If the blood demon race helps him, I'm afraid none of us will be able to leave hell alive. In a certain mountain range, thousands of people were gathered together. They were recuperating and discussing at the same time. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivation was also different. Divine Lord, Paragon God, 9 heavens realm. But without exception, when they heard the name Qin Feiyang, their faces changed. Chapter 2637. So there are so many people hiding here. Suddenly, a snicker sounded. Thousands of people were shocked and looked over. They saw a black-clothed youth walk out of the forest. The black-clothed youth had his hands behind his back. His long hair looked like it had been soaked in blood. His eyes were blood red and he gave off a terrifying aura. The youth's cultivation wasn't high. He was only a half-step god lord, but he gave off a great sense of threat. It was like he was a devil. Who are you? A black-haired elder walked out of the thousands of people and frowned as he stared at the black-clothed youth. This person's cultivation was at the perfection 9 heavens realm. He was the strongest person here. The black-clothed youth said with a snicker, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that all of you have to die now. All of you have to die." Everyone was shocked. "Kid, are you talking in your sleep? Why don't you look at your cultivation? Any one of us can kill you." A big man sneered. He was at the Greater Success 9 heavens realm and had the right to say that. If it was before, I wouldn't have dared to come out. But now, I'm no longer that despairing youth from the Cloud Mountain village. Hee, Xue Ling, kill them all. The black-clothed youth snickered. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying aura charged out of the black-clothed youth. Then, a blood-red shadow shot out of the black-clothed youth's body and entered the forehead of the big man like a bolt of lightning. Ah! With a scream, the big man died on the spot. What? Everyone was shocked. Die, die. The blood-red shadow suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Then, it once again entered the black-haired old man's forehead. The black-haired elder screamed and died on the spot. How is this possible? What the hell is that? It can even kill a Greater Success 9 heavens realm and perfection 9 heavens realm? No. Look. Their divine souls have disappeared. Their divine souls have disappeared. Yes. They didn't shatter, they disappeared. It seems like they were swallowed by it. A middle-aged man at the initial Success 9 heavens realm stared at Xue Ling in shock. Devouring divine souls. What kind of monster was this? Run! No one knew who it was that let out a terrified roar. Immediately, the thousands of people began to flee in panic. I like the taste of divine souls. Sanguis grinned hideously. Like a ghost, he entered the glabella of the group of people. Ah! Screams rang out incessantly. Everyone who fell to the ground had a thumb-sized hole between their eyebrows. Blood flowed out, and their faces were filled with the fear of death. Their divine souls were also devoured by Shui Ling. When the black-clothed young man saw this scene, not only did he not have the slightest bit of sympathy, but his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. He seemed to be enjoying himself. Don't kill us. Spare me. At this moment, this place was filled with wails of agony and rivers of blood. In less than 100 breaths, thousands of people had lost their lives. The scene was like hell. Sanguis returned to the black-clothed youth's side and said with a cruel smile, "Kid, hurry up and absorb their flesh and cultivation. After that, we will go to the mysterious heavenly city." "Why are we going to the mysterious ancient city?" The black-clothed youth frowned. "Didn't you hear them say that Qin Feiyang is in the mysterious heavenly city? Don't you want to see him?" Sanguis said. "Qin Dage," the black-clothed youth murmured. However, he suddenly frowned and looked at Sanguis. "That's not right. You should be going for the Blood Demon tribe." "Ha, you are getting smarter." "That's right. The Blood Demon tribe, whether it is their flesh, blood, or divine souls, all contain evil energy. They are very helpful to our cultivation. As long as you can devour their cultivation and flesh, I can guarantee that you will definitely step into the 9th heaven realm before returning to the divine land." Sanguis said. "Shut up. You can touch anyone, but you cannot touch the blood demon race. Because they are friends with Qin Dage." The black-clothed youth shouted. "You are so indecisive. With such a character, even if I give you the supreme demonic book, you won't be able to achieve anything." Sanguis said angrily. "I have indeed cultivated the demonic book, but I have not lost my humanity. Qin Dage is my benefactor. I will not touch anyone related to Qin Dage. You better not touch them too. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." The black-clothed youth said in a deep voice. "I really have to hand it to you. Fine, I won't touch the Blood Demon tribe, but it should be fine to kill the beasts here. These ferocious beasts also contain evil energy in their bodies. They are a great supplement for us." Sanguis said helplessly. "Beasts as you wish." After the black-clothed youth said that, a bloody aura suddenly emerged from his body and shrouded the surroundings. In just a few breaths, the corpses on the ground turned into white bones. Boom! The black-clothed youth's cultivation instantly stepped into the initial Divine Lord realm. Good, good, good. He has broken through to the initial Divine Lord realm. This speed is faster than I thought. Let's continue. In the Divine Land, we do not dare to kill wantonly because it will cause a commotion. However, in the Nether King's hell, no one will care about us. To you, this place is an inexhaustible treasure." Sanguis laughed maniacally and then disappeared into the black-clothed youth's body. The black-clothed youth smirked and disappeared into the forest ahead. Half a year later. Ancient city of the Nether King. A blood-eyed giant at the Great Perfection 9th Heaven realm flew to the palace where the Nether King was and said respectfully, "Shui Gang from the Luotian ancient city wishes to see the Nether King." The Nether King waved his hand and the door opened. "Come in." Shui Gang walked into the palace and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Nether King." The Nether King asked, "Why did you come all the way here?" Nether King. "Something bad has happened in the vicinity of All Heaven Ancient City recently," said the old man. Shui Gang said. "What bad thing?" The Nether King was suspicious. Shui Gang said, "The beasts were massacred." The Nether King was stunned. Now that humans and dragons have entered the Nether King's hell, it's normal for the beasts to be massacred. If it was just a massacre, we wouldn't be suspicious. However, the strange thing is that the souls and flesh of these beasts have all disappeared. Shui Gang said. Disappeared? The Nether King was slightly taken aback. Yes. All that's left are bones. There's no flesh at all. It's as if they were swallowed by something. Shui Gang said in a low voice. The Nether King frowned. It did sound a little strange. When our city lord found out about this, he immediately asked us to investigate. In the end, we met a human. And this human was devouring the beast's flesh and blood at that time. Shui Gang said. What human? The Nether King was surprised. Shui Gang waved his hand and a phantom appeared. The Nether King sized up the phantom and frowned. Did you catch him? No. Although this human's cultivation is only at the initial Divine Lord realm, there's a blood shadow hidden in his body. This blood shadow's cultivation is very strong. Even I couldn't stop him and let him escape. Shui Gang said. This is strange. The beasts of our Nether King's hell have evil power in their bodies. How can he absorb the beast's flesh and blood? The Nether King frowned. Shui Gang said, therefore, we suspect that he can absorb the evil power. Absorb the evil power. The Nether King was shocked. The figures of the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf involuntarily appeared in his mind. However, the phantom in front of him was obviously not the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. This was because the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were currently cultivating in seclusion on the second level. Absorbing the evil power is not a small matter. Therefore, the city lord asked me to report to you. At the same time, ask if you can send the 10 great commanders to all Heaven Ancient City to capture this person. Shui Gang said. The Nether King shook his head and said, the 10 great commanders have all gone to Fallen Valley. Gone to Fallen Valley? Shui Gang was slightly stunned and frowned. Then what should we do? Don't be anxious. The Nether King pondered for a while and waved his hand. A figure appeared out of thin air in the main hall. It was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was still a little dumbfounded when he was suddenly brought to the first level. The Nether King pointed at the phantom and asked, Brother Qin, do you know this person? There was a trace of suspicion on Qin Feiyang's face. When he looked in the direction the Nether King was pointing at, his expression immediately stiffened. Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, the Nether King and Shui Gang exchanged glances. They already had an answer in their hearts. They definitely knew him. Qin Feiyang looked at the phantom and nodded. I know him. Then who is he? Shui Gang asked. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked at Shui Gang suspiciously and asked, You are? He is from All Heaven Ancient City. His name is Shui Gang. The Nether King introduced him. He then looked at Shui Gang and said, Tell Brother Qin the situation in detail. Yes. Shui Gang nodded. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, During this period of time, this person has been wantonly slaughtering the beasts in our All Heaven Ancient City. A moment later, Shui Gang finally finished. Qin Feiyang also frowned. The Nether King asked suspiciously, Brother Qin, who exactly is he? Why can he also absorb the power of evil? He is a child I met in the Divine Land. His name is Li Feng. I remember when I first met him, he was just a beginner god of war. However, I didn't expect him to break through to become a beginner god so quickly. I think this should have something to do with him devouring the flesh and blood of living creatures. Qin Feiyang sighed. Back then, he was worried that Li Feng, who was drowned in hatred, might take an extreme path. He didn't expect his worries to come true. Then what is your relationship with him? The Nether King asked. Although I helped him out of sympathy, I already treat him as a younger brother in my heart. At that time, I wanted him to stay by my side, but he left without a word. The last time I saw him was before I entered the Nether King's hell. And he was the first person to enter the Nether King's hell. As for why he can absorb the power of evil, I really don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Originally, he was quite worried about Li Feng's situation. Alone in the Nether King's hell, he had no backing and his cultivation was weak. However, who would have thought that the Nether King's hell would become Li Feng's hunting ground? Chapter 2638. King Yu and Shui Gang looked at each other. It seemed that their relationship wasn't bad. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang and asked, "Did he harm your people?" "No. Every time he sees the blood demon race, he will immediately flee." Shui Gang said. "That's good." Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. If Li Feng had also massacred the blood demon race, this matter would be difficult to handle. After all, his relationship with the blood demon race was obvious. "Brother Qin, since you know him, why don't you make a trip to Luotian Ancient City with me?" Although he hasn't attacked the blood demon race now, there's no guarantee that he won't do so in the future. If we don't figure out his position, we won't be at ease. Shui Gang looked at Qin Feiyang with a pleading look. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Shui Gang looked at King Yu. "Brother Qin, Luotian Ancient City isn't far from King Yu Ancient City. It will take at most a month's journey. If you have time, you can go and take a look," King Yu said. "Actually, there's no need for me to make this trip." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What do you mean?" King Yu and Shui Gang looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang and said, "Go back now. When you find him, tell him that I'm waiting for him in King Yu Ancient City." "Will he come?" Shui Gang was slightly stunned and asked. "He will definitely come." Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right." Shui Gang nodded and looked at King Yu. He bowed and said, "Lord, I'll go back first." "Go ahead." King Yu waved his hand. After Shui Gang left, Qin Feiyang looked at King Yu and apologized, "I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. It's nothing to kill some beasts. However, it's definitely not appropriate to kill them wantonly. My blood demon race can't sit back and do nothing. After all, the blood demon race is the ruler of hell. These beasts are considered my subjects. I hope you can understand." King Yu said. "I can understand. I will make him stop killing." Qin Feiyang nodded. The Ghost King smiled. This little fellow was different from other humans. She was considerate and reasonable. Returning to the second floor, Qin Feiyang continued to cultivate. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Qin Feiyang and Madman stepped into the initial stage of the Nine Heavens realm. As for the white-eyed wolf, he had already broken through to the initial Nine Heavens stage before Shui Gang arrived. "Little Qin Zi, do you think there are any changes to the time laws in the castle and the Black Tortoise world? There's also the pill scripture. What pill recipes are on the next page?" The white-eyed wolf opened his eyes and asked Qin Feiyang. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Even though the seal of the ancient castle would be unlocked once he broke through to the Nine Heavens realm, he was still unable to enter the ancient castle. Therefore, there was no way to know what would happen inside. "Wait. When the two fighting souls destroyed the power of the rules, did you feel any change in the rules? For example, the restriction on you disappearing?" Madman asked. "I didn't feel it." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "It seems like even if we can block the power of the rules, we won't be able to remove the restriction on us." Madman shook his head regretfully. "I think only the ice dragon can break the restriction of the rules." Qin Feiyang said. "This beast, I will skin it alive sooner or later." The white-eyed wolf snorted. "Skin it alive? That won't be an easy task." Madman shook his head and smiled. "I will be able to do it one day." The white-eyed wolf said. "All right. We will follow you then." Madman smiled. Qin Feiyang said, "All right, let's not talk about these useless things. Let's continue with our cultivation." The white-eyed wolf asked, "Are you really not going to take a look at Li Feng? He will come to the ancient King City. We will just wait for him here. Qin Feiyang then closed his eyes and continued to refine the soul stone. One day later, he calculated that to break through to the initial 9 heaven realm, he would need to refine around 3,300 soul stones in a day. To break through to the initial 9 heaven realm, he would need to refine 200 billion soul stones. After careful calculation, it would take more than 166,000 years. 166,000 soul stones. That was too terrifying. To Qin Feiyang, that was an astronomical figure. Fortunately, he was in the ancient king's city and there was a 500-year time array. 500 years in a day, 5,000 years in 10 days, 50,000 years in 100 days, 300 days would be 150,000 years. 160,000 soul stones would be more than 6,000 soul stones, which was a matter of 300 days. To others, the greatest temptation of the Nether King's hell was the various heaven-defying treasures. But to Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the White-Eyed Wolf, the time array was the most tempting thing. If there were no accidents, they would stay here and cultivate until the Nether King's hell closed. Another month passed by. So, Shui Gang came to the ancient king's city again. The Nether King immediately called Qin Feiyang out from the second floor. Where is Li Feng? Qin Feiyang looked outside and looked at Shui Gang suspiciously. He didn't come. Shui Gang shook his head. He didn't come. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was too unexpected. Yes. I found him and told him exactly what you said. But he said that he didn't want to see you. He also asked me to tell you not to interfere in his matters in the future. He even warned us that if we dared to look for him again, he wouldn't be polite to the blood demon race. Shui Gang was helpless. Presumptuous. I didn't give the order to kill him because of Brother Qin. He actually dares to threaten us. The Nether King was furious. Sigh. Shui Gang sighed and didn't say anything else. Qin Feiyang looked at the Nether King and then asked Shui Gang, where is Li Feng now? I don't know. Ever since I saw him that time, he never appeared in the vicinity of Luotian ancient city. Shui Gang shook his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Had Li Feng really become a demon? I guess he won't continue to stay in the vicinity of Luotian ancient city. After all, he might be afraid that you'll look for him personally. The Nether King said. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang and asked, when was the last time you saw him? Shui Gang said, the first day I came to the Nether King ancient city. It took me 33 days to get there, which is 34 days ago. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, then I'll accompany you to Luotian ancient city. He has already left. What's the use of going there now? Shui Gang was doubtful. He shouldn't have gone far in 34 days. Along the way, he might continue to hunt beasts. We can slowly find him through these traces. Qin Feiyang said. All right then. Shui Gang nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the Nether King and said, Senior Nether King, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf. Don't worry. The Nether King smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Shui Gang. Let's go. Shui Gang immediately swept Qin Feiyang up and turned around to leave the palace. Just as they left the palace, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and asked, Shui Gang, do you have a supreme grade auxiliary divine art? Yes. Shui Gang nodded. Then you can use an auxiliary divine art to travel. This will save you a lot of time. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. After Shui Gang finished speaking, he took Qin Feiyang with him. With a mysterious step, they disappeared from the city like lightning. Divine arts were divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, perfect, pinnacle, teleportation, and supreme grade. In other words, a supreme grade auxiliary divine art could increase a person's speed by 7 times. It took Shui Gang 33 days to get to the Nether King ancient city. It would take less than 5 days to return now. After traveling without stopping, the two finally arrived outside Luotian Ancient City on the evening of the fourth day. The Luotian Ancient City was about the same size as the mysterious Sky Ancient City. There were also tens of thousands of blood demons in the city. Most of them were below the peak 9 heavens realm. "You're Qin Feiyang." A skinny giant that was 50 meters tall flew out of the city and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Yes, I am." "May I ask who you are?" The giant said, "I'm the city lord of Luotian Ancient City." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "So it's Senior City Lord. Nice to meet you. I've heard of Brother Qin's name a long time ago. Not only did you help take back the mysterious Sky Ancient City, but you also killed the Princess of the Dragons in the giant Dragon Mountain Range." The City Lord of Luotian City smiled. "You're welcome. I'm just an outsider. It's all thanks to the protection of the Blood Demon tribe that I'm where I am today." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "City Lord, Brother Qin, can you not be so polite? It looks weird." Shui Gang was speechless. "Ha!" The City Lord of Luotian City laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Shui Gang is right. Since you're a friend of the Blood Demon tribe, there's no need for us to be so polite." Qin Feiyang smiled. The City Lord of Luotian City retreated to the side and said with a smile, "Let's talk inside the city." Qin Feiyang glanced at Luotian Ancient City and said, "Senior City Lord, Shui Gang has already told me everything on the way. There's no time to lose. I want to start looking for Li Feng's traces now." The City Lord of Luotian City was stunned and smiled. Brother Qin is really a swift and decisive person. "All right, Shui Gang, from now on, follow Brother Qin closely. Assist him and protect him." "Yes." Shui Gang nodded. King Yu had already ordered that Qin Feiyang was a member of the Blood Demon tribe, so he definitely couldn't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to King Yu. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang and said, "Take me to the place where you met last time." "All right." Shui Gang nodded and brought Qin Feiyang with him as they flew northwest outside the city. Straightforward and direct, humble and polite to others. Not bad. Really not bad. King Yu didn't make a mistake. The City Lord of Luotian City looked at Qin Feiyang's back and nodded with a smile. About 4 hours passed. The sky had already turned completely dark. The evil moon emitted a hazy blood-red light, covering the entire world with a layer of blood-red veil. Under Shui Gang's lead, Qin Feiyang landed in a desolate forest. However, the desolate forest was in ruins and full of devastation. There were also the bones of ferocious beasts everywhere. Some of the bones were bigger than mountains. Under the illumination of the evil moon, they looked a little eerie and bone-chilling. "Look, this is Li Feng's masterpiece." Shui Gang pointed at the bones with a gloomy expression. Chapter 2639. Qin Feiyang frowned. There were at least 200 to 300 white bones on the ground. There is something else that is even more unbelievable. You should still remember that when I first came to the ancient city of King Yu, I said that Li Feng's cultivation level was at the initial stage of the Divine Lord realm. However, when I returned from the ancient city of King Yu and saw him again, he had already broken through to the initial stage of the Divine Lord realm. Shui Gang said in a low voice. He broke through so quickly. Are you sure you did not see wrongly? Qin Feiyang was shocked. I am at the perfected 9 heavens realm. How can I be wrong about his cultivation level? Shui Gang said. This is indeed unbelievable. Qin Feiyang nodded. Could it be that the change in Li Feng's cultivation level was related to the absorption of the flesh and blood of these beasts? Absorbing the flesh and blood of living creatures to strengthen himself? I am worried that if we allow him to continue his unscrupulous massacre, the beasts of hell will become extinct. Shui Gang was worried. I will not give him this chance. Qin Feiyang waved his hands. Just as King Yu said, he did not issue a kill order for Li Feng on account of Shui Gang. Therefore, He had to stop Li Feng. He could not let Li Feng become the enemy of the Blood Demon tribe. The Blood Demon tribe was very powerful. If Li Feng really angered King Yu, then only death would await him when the time came. Shush! Suddenly, 3,000 clones appeared. Oh! Shui Gang was shocked. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3,000 clones and said, "Split up and look for traces left behind by Li Feng." No problem. The 3,000 clones smiled and immediately dispersed, disappearing in all directions. Brother Qin, they are. Shui Gang was bewildered. Why did these clones seem to have self-consciousness? They are not clones. They are formed by one of my divine arts. Qin Feiyang smiled. Formed by a divine art? Shui Gang was stunned. Even if they were formed by a divine art, they should not have self-consciousness. Qin Feiyang did not explain further. He said, "Let's look around." Okay. Shui Gang nodded. An hour later. Within the radius of tens of millions of miles, Qin Feiyang and Ji Hao had searched everywhere, but they didn't find a single skeleton. He didn't slaughter anyone else. Doesn't that mean we won't be able to track them? Shui Gang frowned. There's no rush. Let's wait for news from the 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Whoosh! An unknown amount of time passed. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a clone flew over at lightning speed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I found something. Follow me." Go! Qin Feiyang immediately called out to Shui Gang, and his avatar quickly disappeared into the night sky. Late at night, the entire mountain fell into a dead silence. Even the roars of ferocious beasts were hard to hear. Above a plain, 3 figures broke through the air and landed in the center of the plain. They were Qin Feiyang and the other 2. The plains were overgrown with shrubs. More than a dozen skeletons were lying beside one of the shrubs. Furthermore, these bones belonged to humans. They look very similar to those ferocious beasts. Could it be Li Feng's doing? Shui Gang was surprised. Qin Feiyang's brows furrowed even tighter. Not only did he slaughter ferocious beasts, but he also slaughtered humans. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to believe that this was Li Feng's doing. But besides Li Feng, who else could it be? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and dispersed his 3,000 incarnations. Then, he released his divine sense, which spread out in all directions. Soon, he found a large number of skeletons in the southwest direction. Let's go. Qin Feiyang brought Shui Gang out of the plain and into the mountains. Not long after, white skeletons came into sight. There were those of ferocious beasts and humans. They were all over the place. Looking around, he couldn't sense any living creatures. Shui Gang said angrily, "Without a doubt, this must be Li Feng's doing." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked in the southwest direction, saying, "He went in this direction." How do you know? Shui Gang was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "It's easy to judge because I didn't find any skeletons in other directions." Yes. Let's follow these skeletons and search. We will definitely find him. However, why didn't we find any skeletons in the previous area? After Shui Gang finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. This Li Feng is smart. He was afraid that someone would track him, so he didn't slaughter the ferocious beasts in that area. After all, once he slaughtered them, it would be easier to track him down. Qin Feiyang said. Shui Gang said, but he was still a little careless and didn't know to destroy these skeletons. Is there any use in destroying them? Look, along the way, there are traces of battle everywhere. Even if he destroyed these skeletons, he couldn't completely erase the traces. Moreover, I'm guessing that he didn't expect us to persevere and search so far. Let's go. Track him down as fast as possible. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Shui Gang swept Qin Feiyang up and activated the supreme level auxiliary divine technique once more. They rushed toward the southwest. Along the way, they encountered too many skeletons. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. On the second day, they even encountered a few thousand skeletons. Without exception, all of them were flesh and blood. On the fifth day, Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang discovered a few hundred more skeletons. Who is it? However, just as the two of them were about to leave, Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and looked at a mountain peak not far away. Someone is there. Shui Gang looked over in surprise. I saw a black shadow just now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Could it be Li Feng? Shui Gang immediately took Qin Feiyang and rushed over there. Qin Feiyang also released his divine sense and rushed over. Soon, in a forest, he saw a large black-robed man madly fleeing. He had a half-step divine lord cultivation. Whoosh! About 10 breaths later, Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang stood in front of the black-robed man. When the black-robed man saw this, he immediately knelt on the ground and begged, Qin Feiyang, I beg you, please don't kill me, am I that scary? Qin Feiyang was speechless. As soon as the black-robed man saw him, he ran for his life. I'm just a nobody. I'm worthless. It's meaningless for you to kill me, the black-robed man lowered his head and begged. Shut up. If you dare say another word, I'll really kill you. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The black-robed man trembled and immediately fell silent. Let me ask you. What's with those white bones? Qin Feiyang asked. When the black-robed man heard the mention of white bones, he immediately trembled again. His face turned pale as though he had seen a devil. Speak! Qin Feiyang shouted. The black-robed man hurriedly said, a young man did it. A young man? Qin Feiyang frowned. With a wave of his hand, divine power appeared and condensed into Li Feng's figure. Is it him? The black-robed man looked up and shouted in horror, yes, it's him, it's him, it's him. It's really Li Feng. Shui Gang snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-robed man and asked, when did this happen? Just last night. He suddenly appeared here and killed all of us. What's more terrifying is that he has something called a blood spirit with him. This blood spirit is extremely ferocious. Every time it kills someone, it will devour their divine soul. And those people's flesh and blood were all devoured by Li Feng. The black-robed man said in horror. Blood spirit? Devour divine souls. Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Brother Qin, swallowing a divine soul is an utterly devoid of conscience. The most important thing is, why did this blood spirit devour everyone's divine souls? Could it be that divine souls can make them stronger? Shui Gang said. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang, then looked at the black-robed man and said, how did you escape? At that time, I just came back from outside. When I saw Li Feng slaughtering everyone, I immediately hid and was lucky to escape. The black-robed man said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, then why haven't you left yet? I don't dare. This Nether King's hell is too dangerous. I don't dare to run around alone. So I planned to stay here and see if I could meet someone else, then we could leave together. But I didn't expect that the person I waited for would be you. Qin Feiyang, can you let me go? I'm really just a nobody. I don't want to die. I want to return to the divine land alive and reunite with my family. I really regret coming to the Nether King's hell. The black-robed man cried with snot and tears, his face full of regret. Qin Feiyang said, if you want to return to the divine land alive, then go to the mythical square. The mythical square. The black-robed man was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, the passage out of the Nether King's hell is at the mythical square. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. The black-robed man was grateful. Qin Feiyang asked, then where did Li Feng go after slaughtering everyone last night? Southwest. The black-robed man said. Let's go. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang and said. Okay. Shui Gang nodded and led Qin Feiyang back the way they came. After the two left, the black-robed man slowly got up. The fear from before had disappeared, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. The mythical square, after muttering, the black-robed man flew in the opposite direction. Back to Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang. Soon, they returned to the sky where the bones were. Qin Feiyang looked down at the bones, then retracted his gaze and looked to the southwest. Shui Gang did not stop. He swept across the sky and went straight to the southwest. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and shouted, Shui Gang, wait. Shui Gang was stunned and quickly stopped in the air. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, what's wrong? Qin Feiyang did not answer. He lowered his head and looked at the bones again. The surprise in his eyes was even stronger. Following that, he silently landed in front of the bones and carefully examined them. Then, he looked at the traces of battle on the ground. Shui Gang was puzzled at first, but when he followed Qin Feiyang to the bones, he quickly saw the clues. There was not even a speck of dust on these bones. This was obviously unreasonable. If these people were really killed last night, then after this night, there should be some dust on the bones. After all, there was a battle here. Moreover, the traces of battle on the ground were also brand new. The traces of battle, even if only one night had passed, would have obvious changes. For example, soil and water. And the traces of battle here seem to have just happened. Chapter 2640. Go back. Qin Feiyang shouted. Shui Gang was also a smart person. When he noticed these abnormalities, he realized that he had been fooled by the black-clothed man. Whoosh! At that moment, he used the supreme-level auxiliary technique and brought Qin Feiyang to the sky above the forest. No one. He must have left. Shui Gang lowered his head and scanned the forest. He can't run away in such a short time. Use your divine sense to search. Qin Feiyang said. Shui Gang nodded and his divine sense rolled out. The divine sense of a perfection ninth heaven realm could cover hundreds of millions of miles. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain in the distance, the black-clothed man was flying while scanning below as if looking for prey. Qin Feiyang is just as so. He was so easily fooled by us. Suddenly, a bloody shadow appeared from the black-clothed man's body, his words full of disdain. Shut up. Don't slander Qin Dage. The black-clothed man's eyes turned cold as he turned to look at the bloody shadow and shouted. He has already come to kill you personally. Why are you still so protective of him? Kid, is there something wrong with your head? The bloody shadow said angrily. Kill me, the black-clothed man murmured and shook his head. I don't believe that he is here to kill me. Kid, don't be stupid. In your heart, you treat him as a big brother, but in his heart, you are just a pitiful worm. The bloody shadow sneered. Whatever you say, I don't believe it. The black-clothed man shook his head. Idiot. The bloody shadow snorted. Boom. It was also at this moment. A terrifying divine sense surged over. This is, the black-clothed man and the bloody shadow were shocked. Not good, run. The bloody shadow immediately rushed into the black-clothed man's body. The black-clothed man also immediately fled frantically. Stop right now. But at the same time, an angry roar rolled over. The black-clothed man's body trembled and involuntarily stopped. Why did you stop? Waiting for death. You think he'll let you go? Blood Shadow's roar immediately rang out in the black-clothed man's mind. Following closely, the black-clothed man lost control of his body and fled at high speed. Furthermore, his speed had increased by countless times. Don't control my body. The black-clothed man shouted angrily. With your speed, do you think you can escape? Blood Shadow remained indifferent and continued to control the black-clothed man's body to flee. Whoosh! Very soon. The two auras quickly approached. The masters of these two auras were Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang. His speed can actually reach the great circle of the Nine Heavens realm. There is indeed something wrong with him, Shui Gang said solemnly. Qin Feiyang looked at the back of the man in black. His eyes flickered as he asked, "Can you catch up with him?" "Of course." Shui Gang nodded confidently. Using his supreme-grade auxiliary divine art, he continued to close the distance between him and the black-clothed man. Jijia, but at this moment, the black-clothed man also took a mysterious step. His speed suddenly increased, and he was actually not any slower than Shui Gang. What? He also mastered a supreme-grade auxiliary divine art? Shui Gang was shocked. Qin Feiyang's eyes also sank slightly. Looking at the black-clothed man, he shouted, "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? You want me to stop and I will stop. Who do you think you are?" A sinister laugh sounded. "This is Blood Spirit's voice," Shui Gang exclaimed. "Blood Spirit?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at Shui Gang, he asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. The last time I found them, I even exchanged a few moves with Blood Spirit." Shui Gang nodded. "In that case, it is Blood Spirit who is controlling his body. It seems that it is indeed as I thought. He is Li Feng." Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man's back again. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. "He is Li Feng." Shui Gang was stunned for a moment before he angrily said, "Li Feng, didn't you see that Qin Feiyang personally came to find you? Why are you still running?" However, Li Feng didn't stop. Because right now, his body was completely out of his control. Moreover, the current him didn't seem to want to face Qin Feiyang. Perhaps because of the massacre of beasts and humans, he felt that he didn't have the face to face Qin Feiyang anymore. In short, now that he saw Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but feel guilty. The two sides, one in front and one behind, continued to chase. Unknowingly, night fell. When night falls, let's see how you can escape. Shui Gang snorted coldly. After a day of chasing, he didn't feel tired at all. Because as a blood demon, he could absorb the evil force anytime and anywhere to replenish his consumed divine power. As for Qin Feiyang, along the way, he didn't need to do anything at all. He just needed to refine the evil force that entered his body. His mental state was naturally needless to say. Roar! Shui Gang let out a beast-like roar and his body began to transform. In just a blink of an eye, his body was more than 300 meters tall. His whole body was covered with blood-red hair, just like a giant beast. After transforming, Shui Gang's speed increased by another level. "Not good," Shui Ling exclaimed. Swish! The next moment, Shui Gang left Qin Feiyang behind and streaked across the sky like lightning, blocking in front of Li Feng. Shui Ling controlled Li Feng's body and immediately turned in the air, preparing to escape to the back. However, when he saw Qin Feiyang at the back, he panicked and turned to the left to escape. Still not stopping, Shui Gang was furious and his divine power roared in all directions. A gigantic divine power barrier descended with a loud rumble, and Li Feng was immediately imprisoned within it. "Li Feng, what should we do?" Shui Ling panicked. "How would I know?" Li Feng said angrily. Qin Feiyang stepped into the boundary and stopped in front of Li Feng. He nodded and said, "Not bad. You even dare to tease me. Let's talk nicely." Li Feng opened his mouth, but it was Shui Ling's figure. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Get out of his body. Don't be too arrogant. In terms of strength, you're no match for me. If you have the ability, tell the blood demon tribe not to interfere. Watch how I kill you." Shui Ling sneered. "Shui Gang, Qin Feiyang did not talk nonsense and raised his head to look at Shui Gang. Killing intent surged in his eyes. Understood. Shui Gang nodded, his eyes surging with bloody light. He raised his giant hand and slapped at Li Feng. Li Feng, did you see that? He's here to kill you. To think that you still treat him as your big brother. You're really blind. Shui Ling roared. Li Feng said, get out of my body. Let me talk to him. Still not giving up. Good, good, good. Let's see what good you can come up with. Shui Ling exasperatedly came out of Li Feng's body. Seeing this, Shui Gang immediately changed his target and slapped at Shui Ling, bastard. Shui Ling roared in anger. At the same time, Li Feng stepped in front of Shui Ling and shouted, don't hurt him. Shui Gang raised his brows. His giant hand stopped above Li Feng's head and he couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng and Shui Ling in silence. Li Feng also turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Dage, I beg you. Don't hurt Shui Ling. Qin Feiyang still did not say a word. Li Feng was burning with anxiety. With a plop, he knelt in the air and said, I'll kneel and beg you. Is that not enough? Kneel and beg me, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, his face full of disappointment. He shook his head and said, it seems that you've forgotten what I told you. I haven't forgotten. You once said that I can't kneel to others easily. Li Feng lowered his head and said. Qin Feiyang said, then why are you kneeling and begging me now? Because I respect you. Because you're my benefactor. You deserve me to kneel. Li Feng said. Qin Feiyang said, since you respect me, why lie to me? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Li Feng stammered, his face was full of guilt. Take this. Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and threw it to Li Feng. Li Feng caught the facial restoration pill, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and put it in his mouth. Soon, his face was restored. Speak. Why did you lie to me? Qin Feiyang said. Li Feng acted very timid, like a child who had done something wrong and was afraid of being punished by an adult. Speak. Qin Feiyang shouted. Li Feng quivered and shouted, I don't have the face to see you, okay? Why don't you have the face to see me? Qin Feiyang asked. I slaughtered the Nether King and Hell's creatures. I failed to live up to your expectations. Li Feng lowered his head and said guiltily. Qin Feiyang asked, then tell me, what did I expect from you? Work hard to become stronger. Li Feng said. Wrong. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wrong? Li Feng was slightly stunned. He gathered his courage and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. My expectation for you is that you can live a peaceful life and continue the legacy of Cloud Mountain Village, not to let you be blinded by hatred. And not to let you do whatever it takes to increase your strength. Qin Feiyang said. So this is your expectation for me? I thought you wanted me to become stronger and wanted me to take revenge for Cloud Mountain Village with my own hands. If you do this, what's the difference between me and a useless person? Li Feng roared. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng deeply and said, the hatred of Cloud Mountain Village has long been settled. No. Li Feng shouted and slowly got up. His face looked extremely ferocious as he stared at Qin Feiyang and said, this blood debt is not over yet. Only by slaughtering all the dragons will the undead of Cloud Mountain Village rest in peace. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I will deal with the dragons. You don't need to take the risk. Risk? Don't make it sound so nice. I think in your heart, you think I'm overestimating myself. Let me tell you, I must destroy the dragons with my own hands, no matter the cost. And now you've disappointed me. I always thought that you gave me the pill to unlock the door of potential because you understand me and support me. But I didn't expect that you want me to live an ordinary life, to be a weak and useless person. Sorry, I can't do it. Li Feng grinned. I gave you the pill to unlock the door of potential, to give you the ability to create a better life, not for you to take revenge. Besides, isn't an ordinary life good? Does being ordinary mean being weak and useless? I have always wanted this kind of life, but for me, it's an extravagant hope. And you have this opportunity, why don't you cherish it? Qin Feiyang sighed. I don't need this kind of opportunity, and I don't need this kind of life. It's impossible for me to forget the hatred. I will never be able to do it. Unless you kill me now. Li Feng looked straight at Qin Feiyang. There was no longer fear in his eyes, only unwillingness and unwillingness.